Hello friends, welcome. With this video I'm going to start a new series about Laravel, Laravel Essentials. So first I'm going to show you the tools we need to work with Laravel in our machine, and after create a project and work with the Laravel project. So first of all you need to have installed the PHP and also the MySQL, and after that you need to install the Node.js. So it is just a download. Also we need the composer. So if I search for composer and get composer.org, and also VS Code. So if I search for VS Code or the PHP Storm if you want, but this is free. So I'm going to show you this one and download this for, in my case, for macOS. Okay, so let's install the Node.js here. Continue. Add the password and install the software. Okay. After that, let's install the composer. So go to the download composer. And after you have installed the PHP, because we need the PHP, so if I have installed that, and if I search for, if I add PHP dash version, I have PHP version 8.1.4. And now just come here and let's copy this, paste in here. Okay, after that we need to verify the composer installation. Installer verified, run the composer setup. Okay, and now we can use by saying PHP composer .r, but I'm going to move this because you see here said move the composer file to this directory if we want to use global. So let's copy this one and paste in here, but we need to make some changes. Let's copy this one here, and instead of moving the composer file, I'm going to say move this one to user local bin composer. Hit enter, and if I say composer now, yeah, we have. And also if I quit and open again the iTerm, and by the way, I have downloaded the iTerm, but you can use the terminal, it's not a problem. And I'm going to add it here, the composer. Yeah, we have the composer. Okay, so we have the composer. We installed the Node.js. In the next video, we are going to install the Laravel valet and the Laravel installer. Okay, so see you in the next one. All the best. Okay friends, so in the previous video we installed the tools we need for the Laravel. In this video I'm going to install the Laravel installer and the Laravel valet, but before that, in the previous video we downloaded the VS Code, so let's go and install the VS Code right now, and I'm going to leave the link of the video in the description how to install the best VS Code extension for the Laravel. So after that you just move it to the application and open the VS Code now. Okay. And here it is. Now you need to install the extension. So I'm going to leave it the link in the description and go and watch that video. Now let's go to the documentation in the Laravel. And first I'm going to install the Laravel valet. So go to the packages and down there we have the valet. So here we need to say brew update. So let's copy this command and open the iter. Paste that in. Also we need to run to install the PHP, but I have installed. After that we need to run the composer global and require laravel/valet. So let me copy this and paste it here. Enter. And after that we need to say valet install. So let me copy also this one. Okay, run the valet install. And we don't find this because we need, so I'm going to open the Vim, the shrc, so .shrc, and here we have this export default. Let me make some changes here. So export before the path, I'm going to say composer /vendor/bin and add this one. Save this. And also we need to source this one. So source. Okay, let's quit and open again the iter. And if I say now valet install, we need to give it the password and it's going to install the Laravel valet. Okay, so after this we need to test if it is working. So ping and foobar.test, because the TLD is test in this case. Okay, you see here TLD is .test. Now if you like .test, it's okay, but if you don't like, you can change this one. So let me run this. Sorry. Copy. And yeah, it's working, so it's pointing to the local host. And that's it, how you can install the Laravel valet. But let me change the TLD. So let's clear this up and say valet TLD is test, but I'm going to say I want code, and it's going to update this much. And also I'm going to test this with dot code now. Yeah, Now valet is configured to serve the TLD for .code. Okay, now if I not .code but ping and foobar .code and yeah, it's pointing to this localhost. Okay, now if I say cd, I am in the current directory. Now let me create a directory for our work, so I'm going to say make directory work, or if you want code, I'm going to say code. Okay, now I'm going to cd in the code directory. We don't have anything here, and let me park this directory, so every project is going to be inside this. It's going to have that TLD extension, so the directory name, and in our case it's going to be .code. So just copy the valet park here and say valet park. We are in the code directory, so let's add it here, and this directory has been added to valet's path. Okay, now let's go and install the Laravel installer. I'll get started installation and install via composer. Now here we have the composer, but let's install the Laravel installer just by running this command, composer global require Laravel /installer, hit enter. Okay, let's quit and open again the writer, and just I want to show you if it is working Laravel, and yeah, it's working. Now cd in the code. Okay, and create a new project by just saying Laravel / and the name of the project. So that's I'm going to create in the next video. That's it for this one. Hope you enjoy, and see you in the next one. If you like a content like this, please subscribe and like the video. Okay friends, so we are ready to create a fresh Laravel application. Let's open the writer and navigate in the code directory, because here we are going to create the project. Clear. Now we have the Laravel installer. Let's say Laravel new and the name of the project, and I'm going to name it Essentials. Okay, click enter, and it's going to create a new project out of this directory. And because we have installed the Laravel valet and we are inside the code directory, now when the installer is finished, we can navigate in the browser. Yeah, now application is ready. So because we have installed the Laravel valet and we created this project inside the code directory, when we added the Laravel park, we can say the name of the project, which is essentials.code, because we added the TLD code in the Laravel valet. Hit enter, and I see we have essential code, and we need to say HTTP like this, and here it is, the project. We are in the Laravel 9.8, and this is the default project. Now let's open this project with the VS Code. So in the VS Code here, I'm going to say open folder and navigate in the code directory. We have this essential, open this one. And here it is, the project. I'm going to zoom it, the VS Code, and I'm going to make it a full screen. Okay, now here it is, the project. We have the app directory, Bootstrap, we don't need to touch this one. Configuration, here is all the configuration files. So for the application authorization, cache, course, database, and all of that. We have the database here. Here we have the factories, migration, seeders, public directory where are going to be the CSS files, JS, and images. Resources, here we have the CSS and JS, and after we are going to compile these files in the new CSS inside the public. Okay, next we have these views, and inside the views we have the welcome blade.php, and blade.php is a Laravel template engine. Okay, here we have also the roads. So if you go to the web roads, by default Laravel it's creating one for us, and here we have the road object, and we are going to work more with that. And we have this get method and accept two parameters. The first one is the endpoint, so this time is slash, which is mean this one here. And right now we have a closure, but we can also add a view, or what we want here, a view or the controller. But let's leave it as it is for now. And right now he returned the view welcome. So inside the resource we have these views and we have this page welcome. So it's returning this welcome. Okay, we have the storage and test, where is going to be the tests for our testing, and vendor bin. We have the .env file where we can make a variable for our project. So here we have for email, SMTP mailhog by default. And that's it for this video. So in the app directory we have console, the exceptions, we have this HTTP, when in here we have the controllers and middleware, and we have also here the models. So the Laravel is stand for MVC, which mean model view controller, and here we have the models. Here in the HTTP we have the controllers, and the views we have inside the resources views. Okay friends, so that's it for this video. Hope you enjoy and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. So in this video I'm going to show you the structure of the Laravel project, but before that I'm going to show you here I changed the TLD to test again, because if you go to the Laravel project in the .env file, when we create a project, by default the Laravel added here to the app URL to be the name of the project and added the .test here. So for that, when we create another one, I'm not going to change here that TLD, but I changes the value TLD and added tests. Okay, so now let's start with the app directory. Here we have the console directory, we have the kernel PHP. Here is for the artisan commands. So when we make a migration, PHP artisan and so on. Here we have the exception for the handling errors. HTTP, we have the controllers, middlewares, the middlewares, we have authentication, encryption and so on. Middleware, all the middlewares are registered to this kernel PHP, so here we have the middlewares. grep. Okay, so here authenticate middleware, and we register here and give it the name auth. Okay, Laravel stands for MVC, so model view controller. Now here we have the controllers, and the controllers handling the logic between the model and the view. Okay, here we have the view, the model, sorry, and by default Laravel comes with a user model, and the model is connection with the user. This user model is connected with the user table in the database. Also we have the providers, but we have app service provider, road service provider, but this is not for the beginner, so let's stick with that. After that we have the bootstrap. Also here when we bootstrap in our project, we have the config file, and here if we want to make some changes, some configuration, for example for the database, by default we have the database, the MySQL, but also if we want to change that, we have this in the .env file, we have added this variable and change it there. Also here we have the SQLite, MySQL and so on. So the same thing for the mail if we want to change something, session, views, service, sanctum and so on. And also when we add a package, maybe that package has a configuration file and is going to be added here. Next thing we have the database. Here we have the factories, migrations and seeders. Now here we have this user factory, and this is going to generate fake data to the user model, so it's related with the user model we have here. And also with the migration, user migration, which is here. This is the user database table. Okay, and also we have the seeders, and here we call the user model and say factory and create a 10 fake users. Okay, next we have this language. So if we want to change the language to another one, to translate, also we have this public directory, and here we have the index.php where the project starts. So here is going to, when we go and run the project and open the project in the browser, the first thing is going to load this one. Okay, we have the resources, and here is going to be the front-end files. We have the CSS files, JS, and also the views. Now here is going to be all the HTML files, and Laravel has this blade.php template engine, which is very useful. Okay, we have the roads, the road definition for our application. We have the API roads for the API and the web roads when we use in our web. Storage to store the files here, test for making test, feature or unit tests, unit test is PHP testing. Vendor for Laravel dependencies is going to be here. Now we have the .env file, and in the .env file is for the environment variables or attributes. So see here we have the DB database, and this is the name of the database is connected with the Laravel project. Sorry. Also we have git ignore, and by default Laravel added some folders here. We have composer.json. Here are all the dependencies the Laravel needs, Laravel project, and when we install a new package, it's going to be in here. The same thing is for the package.json, but this is for the npm packages. We have this PHP unit for the testing. Okay, so here we have the unit test. And readme and also the webpack. So webpack is for the asset creation. So we have this mix resources.js app.js, and is going to create, here we have the app.js, it's going to create mix files of this one to the public and create a new folder JS, and inside here is going to create this app.js. Okay, that's it for this video. Hope you enjoy, and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. In this video I'm going to work with roads. So here we are in the OR project, and when we go here we have this HTML page. Here's the logo, Laravel, documentation. We have some a link here, also we have some text, and that is coming from the resources views, this welcome page. So if I make a change here, so let's go, when we see Laravel has a wonderful, let's say, let's remove this and save it. Okay, come here and refresh. So here we have Laravel has wonderful, refresh now, and we don't have that. Okay, so that is coming from this page. Now how is coming from this? Let's open the roads, and the Laravel roads is here inside this roads directory. And in the web roads we have this by default is coming with Laravel. Now the roads has a couple of methods related to the HTTP verbs. So like get, we have here post, put, delete, and etc. So get is used to fetch the data, and the parameters are, first is the endpoint here. So we see road get and the endpoint, which is stands for when we go to the default domain here, .test, and slash is this one. So right now we have something like this because I removed the style. So let's also remove everything here. Just add an h1 and say welcome. Okay, and refresh. Yeah, now we have this welcome. And as I said, road get is going to read the point of this default URL. Now here the first parameter is this endpoint. The second parameter is right now is this closure, but we can add also the shorter way, but I'm going to show you in the more videos to come. And here the closure is an anonymous function and is directly called here. So we have this function as is called directly when we get this endpoint, and right now is returning this view magic method. And this is not PHP method. This is a Laravel method. Is a Laravel helper method. We have many of them. So, and what this view does, or what this view is responsible, is the to find the template, and the templates are in the resources views directory. So you see here we have the welcome.blade.php, and now this view have this welcome name, the same name as it here, but we don't need to add the .blade.php. .blade.php is Laravel Blade template engine. And with that, we return that this blade when we go to this endpoint. Okay. So let's create another route. So let's copy this, and I'm going to duplicate this one and just say test here. And I'm not going to return a welcome, a view. I'm going to return just a string. So hello test. Let's save it. And now if we navigate to the /test, we need to see this hello test string. So let's go and check that out. I save it here. So let's go to the /test. And as I said, we have this hello test here. Now let's return the same thing, return the view, but I'm going to create new view. Return the view, and I'm going to say, for example, test view. We don't have that. So let's go inside the views. Now we need to create that view. And I'm going to save this as a test blade. So let's say save as a test blade inside this view and return this test right now. Okay, so let's save it. Also in the test blade, I'm going to change this welcome to be test page. Okay, and now here we have the hello test. If I refresh, we have this test page. Okay, and also if you open the page source, we have the HTML here and body and h1 for test page. Okay, but if we see here, we have this test page, and also in the welcome page we have the same HTML. It's just changing the h1. So h1 here we say welcome, and the same thing, we just change the h1. So this is for repeating HTML, and it's not a good way because we have more nice way to do that. So inside the resources, we can create in the Laravel called layouts. We can create a folder, or I'm going to create first a new file and name it app.blade.php. And inside this app, I'm going to select all here, copy, and paste it in the app.blade.php. And here, when we have this welcome, I'm going to remove, and I'm going to say yield And you see here, because I have extensions for Laravel installed, is going to say me yield here, and I'm going to call it content. So here is going to be the content for the template. Now in the welcome, instead of having something like this, we can remove everything here and just say Laravel directive extends, and okay, call the Laravel directive extends, and here we need to add, and you see here I have up here, we need to add this layout. So extends this layout and remove also the body and HTML, but it's not, we need to also add one more. So if I go as essentials, yeah, we have this welcome, but if I view the page source, you see here we have the welcome in front, the H1, and after we have the HTML. So we don't want that, but we want to have the HTML and after in here the content. So to do that, we can say here, call the section, and this section is this yield is for that section. So let's copy the name we added here and paste in the section, and we need to end this section, so we need to say end section, and with that, let's save it. Now we have something like this, but if I refresh, yeah, you see it's going down, and of course if I open the view page source, now we have the HTML, and inside the body tag we have the H1. So this is much simpler. So if we have the test blade, which is something like this, and in the welcome we have something like this. So let's copy this and do the same thing in the blade. Save some time and say here test page. Okay, you see here how nice it is. Is also another way by creating a component, but in the next videos, not in this video. With that, now if I go again in the /test, we have this test page, and the same thing if I open the page source, we have the HTML and the H1 is rendered inside the body tag. Okay friends, that's it for this video. Hope you enjoy, and if you like content like this about Laravel, please subscribe to my channel, and I'm going to do my best. All the best, and see you in the next one. Thank you very much. Friends, welcome. So in the previous video, we created two files. This app blade is for our layout or default layout, and we created this test blade to display just the test page here. And in the roads web, we created another road. This is coming with Laravel, and we created this one. So when we navigate to the /test, we return this test view. In this video, I'm going to work again with roads, and I'm going to make a navigation here. So let's say UL and LI, and in this I'm going to add an anchor tag with href to go to the home and say home here. Let's copy this one and paste it here. Now this one is going to go to the test and say test here. And let's make one more for the blog. So let's go here and create one for the blog. Let's copy this and say blog, return the blog here. Let's save it, and this test blade I'm going to save as blog. Okay, now say here blog page, and we return this. When we navigate to the /blog, we return this view blog in here. Now let's add one more for the blog and say blog. Let's save it. Come here and refresh, and we have this kind of navigation. If I navigate to the test, and one more thing, here we need to change also here the name to be blog. Refresh. Now we are in the /test. If we go to the blog, we navigate to the blog. If we change now in the web routes, for example, I want to change this to be test2 and refresh. If I go here, we have 404 not found because we navigate to the /test. In the URL here, we have hard-coded the URL. And maybe we have this URL in many pages, and we need to go and change in every page. For that, Laravel is very useful with some helper methods. So we change this to test2. Okay, let's give it to this route or to all the routes a name. So we can give it a name, and the name expect name here, just that. So in the parameter string name, and let's save it. Let's say here I want to say an home. I'm going to name it home this route. So when we navigate to this one, this is going to be named home. Another one for the test, and I'm going to say name it test, and this one I'm going to name it blog. Okay, and with that now we give it a name. If I open the terminal and say PHP artisan route list, we have this get when we go to the / and we have the home name here. When we go to the blog, we have this name blog, and when we go to the test2, we have this name test. Okay, so if I remove it, the name in here, and save, and make this PHP artisan route list again, in the blog now we don't have that name. Okay, so let's give it back the name blog and save it, and in the up blade, when we hard coded the name, the URL, we can say double curly braces and route Laravel helper method, and here we need to add the name of the route. So here we have a blog home test. For this is the home name, so this name for when we go to the / and when we go to the home, let's save this, go back, refresh, And if I click to the home, yeah, we go back to the home. Let's do the same thing for the others. Double curly braces, say road, and in this we need to add the test name. This one is corresponding to this URL, and for the blog add the blog. So double curly braces, road, and the road name, which is blog for this one. Let's save it, come here and refresh. Now go to the test, we go to the test 2, go to the blog, we go to the blog. Now if I change that test to say test again and save it and refresh here, and if I click to the test, yeah, we go to the test. It's no problem. We need to change only in the web routes. Okay, friends? That's it for this video. Hope you enjoy, and if you like a content like this about Laravel, subscribe to my channel and like the video. And see you in the next one. All the best. So friends, welcome. So in this video we are going to work with the route parameters. In the previous video we make these 3 routes and go to the blog, go to the test and return that view, and we add the name. Now let's add the parameters. If you go to the Laravel documentation, go to the basics, routing, and let's go to the route parameters. And here we have an example, so we can, let's copy this one and paste it here. Route get, when we go to the user, and after the user we add this ID. Now anything we added after the user slash something is going to get, we are going to get from this ID here, $sign ID, and we return in this user and the ID. If I save and navigate now to this URL, so user slash something, user slash 1 for example, hit enter, user, sorry for that, user, and here we have user 1, say 2, user 2, and so on. Now also we can add more than 1, so here we have 1 here and 1 here, and we can make this optional. So here we have an example with a name, but also we can add for the ID. So here we have the ID, and let's add the question mark here, and we expect that ID, but maybe we don't have that, so let's make it null and save it. Go to the browser, refresh, it's working. Now if I remove this and just say user, we have only the user, no problem. Also, if we go here, we have this regular expression. So for the, if we have a name, we can say where name is A to Z, and also lowercase a to Z and alpha to zeta, and also we add plus here, so we can add as many as we want characters. And here for the ID, so let's copy this one for all case and paste it here. So now we say where the ID we have here, this ID is going to be numbers 0 to 9, and we added here plus, so we can be 10, 11 and so on. If I save, or just let's remove for now and go and refresh, let's navigate to the user and say string here, and yeah, we have user string. If I add this regular expression and say refresh here, now we have 404 not found because we have string, and here we allow only the number. If I say something 22, yeah, we have the user 22. Okay, friends, go and check. Also we can say where number
ID, and where alpha for the string name. So let's say where number, copy. Instead of this one, we can say where number ID, and let's save it, and it's the same thing. So let's refresh. Yeah, it's working. If I type string, is 404. I'll go check and see all the details in the Laravel documentation. Okay friends, so that's it for this video. Hope you enjoy and see you in the next one. All the best, friends. Friends, in the previous video we worked with route parameters. In this video we are going to work with controllers. But before that, let me go to the route groups here. We have worked with named routes. Let's go to the route groups. And here we have the route middleware. And we create a group. So we have 2 routes in here. And we add this middleware to these 2 routes. Or we can add more than 2, as many as we want. The same thing here is with controllers. If these routes here, these 2 routes are working with this controller, we can say route controller and create the group for the routes here. Also for the subdomain and for prefix, here we have route prefix and we add a route here. So every route inside this prefix is going to be admin / in this case users. Or let me copy this and create that one. So let's go to the routes, web routes, and let's create this. So we prefix this to admin, and also let me cut this one and paste it inside here. And I'm going to return just a string to say all users. Okay, and here we have, and I'm going to say users. Here we have route get users ID, and here we have a get all the users. Now if I navigate, so let's save it, and if I navigate to the browser, to the /users, we have 404 not found, because this need to have an admin prefix before. So let's add that one. So add the admin and /users, hit enter, and now we have all the users. So we need to we have added the prefix here and all the routes inside here. So these 2 have this prefix before, and after that the URL, the endpoint they have. So for the users with ID, now we need to say /admin /users / the ID, for example 2, and now we have the user 2 displayed here. And if we go again here to the routes, we have also route name prefixes. So in this case we have a prefix for the URL, so /admin /users. In this case is for the named. So we see we can add a name here for blog. Let's add also a name here and say users.index, for example. And here I'm going to add also the name to be users.show. And now if we go here, let's copy this one and duplicate and say not route block, but added this users index. Let's copy paste it here, and also let's copy and paste here and say users show. Now for this one, users show, also here we have the ID, so let's add that parameter here, so we can, because we have only one parameter, we can say something like this. So for example, ID, and add 1 here, and let's save it. Also we need to change, so all users, and here this is going to be single user. Save it, go to the browser, go to the welcome page, and we have all users here. If I click, we go to the admin users, and also if I click to the single user, we go to the admin users 1. Okay, we added this users show and users index. Now let's add the name, the prefix name. So let's copy this one, go here when you say route prefix name, also add the name admin now. And if I save, this is not working now, so refresh, we have route users index not defined. So users index is not defined because we added the name up here, a prefix name. So we can say admin users index now, admin users index, and also admin users show, because we added the admin here, admin dot, okay? And this name here is coming after this one, admin dot, and we have this users index, admin dot and users show. Okay, so admin dot users index, admin dot users show. And with that, now if I refresh, go to the all users, okay, go to the single user, okay. Now let's work with controllers. Now controllers are a class that contains the logic for specific routes in the method called actions. So in the controllers we have a method called actions. And you see here we have something like this for all routes, and it's a better way to do this with controllers. So let's save it, something like this. Right now we don't have any logic here, so it's not a problem. But when we have a logic, it's better way to work with controllers. And you see here we return only the view welcome. So if I just commented this one and say here route get route view, and say slash, and here we need to add that view. So in this case it's welcome. Let's copy this and paste it here and give it the name. And if I save, now this one is the same as this one. Okay, so here we have 3 lines of code, here we have only 1. If you only want to show that view, so to this, when we go to this endpoint, we need only to show this view, that's it, the right route. But if we have some logic, we can do with a closer function here, or better way is to create a controller. So let's create a controller. Let's open the terminal, say php artisan make controller, and I'm going to say, let's say a user controller, and hit enter. Okay, let's close this one. Now inside the app HTTP we have the controllers folder, and here we have this user controller. And here we have the namespace and this request, use request by default with Laravel, and the class with a name user controller, the name we give it here, and which extends the base controller here. Now, as I said, controllers have actions, and actions are class methods inside the controller class. So let's create that method and say public, because we need to use this in the web routes. Let's say public function, and I'm going to say index, and here let's return just a string here, all users right now. So the same thing I have returned here, all users. Sorry. And now to work with this controller in the web routes, instead of saying something like this, let's comment at this one. I'm going to say, I'm going to say route get, okay, slash the same thing as we have here, so slash users. And now add a comma and here brackets, and we need to add, so you see here an action. We have the URL, which is this one, and an action. We need to add the controller, the user controller, user controller, and say user controller class. And after this, we need to pass the method to use for this route. And I'm going to use this method, index. So inside the parentheses, let's say index. Okay, let's give it a name. So we called it users index before, so let's do the same thing right now and hit save. Now this one is going to be the same as this one, but here we use the controller, and maybe we need to make some logic in here. And let's do the same thing for this route as well. So I'm going to copy and paste. Okay, and say users. Now here we need to add the ID as well. So let's copy from here and paste it. Users ID, and the ID is optional. Now here we need to change the method, because this method is used for this route. And let's say here I'm going to create the show method, and also the name is this name, show. So let's say show here, and I'm not going to add the where number ID, something like this. Let's leave it as it is, and let's comment this one. Okay, save it. Now we need to create this show method inside the controller, user controller. So let's say public again, function show, and here we expect the ID, and or it's going to be null because this is optional. So let's say $ID, and it's going to be null by default. And here we are going to return the same thing as we have returned here. We can do more, but for now let's return this user ID. If I save and go to the browser, refresh, go to the all users, yeah, I'll go to the single user, is working. Okay friends, so we return this route into this one with controller, and also this one into this one. And I think now we are more. Okay, because we can make a logic in here and return to this one. So that's it for this video. Hope you enjoy and see you in the next one. All the best, friends. Hello friends, welcome. In this video we are going to work with a database. First, you need to install the database. So in our Mac, you just, if you have installed if I open the terminal, if you have installed the homebrew, we can say brew and install MySQL. But I have told you in the first videos how to set up the Mac for the Laravel. So after you have installed the MySQL, in my case, I have installed the Table Plus. You can install also any software you want. And just connect this with so right click here and make a new connection. I have connected this and select the MySQL, say create, give it a name. I name it Laravel new, for example. Give it the host, which is localhost 127.0.0.1. The port is by default 3306. The username, and the username, if you have installed like this, you need to say root, and the password is going to be empty. But if you want to change that, you can change in the database and you can test after that. Okay, but I'm going to delete this one because I have up here. So I have here. After that, you open this and say create a new database. So just go up here to this icon and say new, and I'm going to name it essential. Click OK, and now we have this database in our machine. Now let's connect the Laravel. Open in the config what I have told you. We have this database file for the configuration of our database, and here the first one is the default one. We have the default to the MySQL. Also, we have this DB connection name in the .env file. So we have env and DB connection by default is given the MySQL. And MySQL is coming from the connections here. We have SQLite, MySQL here, Postgres, and some others. Now in the MySQL, here we have the driver, which is MySQL, the URL, host, port, database, username, password, and unit socket. All of them has the variable inside the .env file. You see here URL has the variable database URL, host has the variable database DB host, port has the DB port, and database has the DB database. So if I open now the .env file, let me close this one and also all them. So if I go in the .env, we can see here we have the DB database, and by default it's coming with essential because we name it essentials. If we can name anything else here, it's going to be the same name here. And also in the app URL, it's given a name and .test. Now we added the name, also the DB connection MySQL, and this is by default. The host is localhost and the port is 3306, the same as we have. The username is root as I have, and also the password is empty. So now let's go and test if we can connect with our database. But to do that, I'm going to say, if you go to the database migrations, in Laravel documentation, here we have database, and go to the migrations. But let me go to the terminal and I'm going to say PHP artisan. Oh, I need to go to the directory because I'm not there. CD in the essentials. And now run the PHP artisan. And here we can see we have some, we have migrate fresh, migrate install, migrate refresh. So this is create the migration repository. Fresh is drop all tables and rerun all the migrations. Status, show the status of each migration. Reset is going to rollback all the database migration, and migrate rollback the last database migration. Also, we have some other commands. Here we have the migrate, PHP artisan migrate is around the database migration. So let's see that. Let's run the PHP artisan migrate. PHP artisan migrate, hit enter, and now we have the migration table created successfully. And this is migrated, this one. So create users table, create password resets table, and paid jobs, and also the personal access token. This is coming by default with Laravel. So let's open the table plus and refresh, and we see we have all the migrations here. And this, the migrations table has all the migrations we have in our database. So right now we have the users migration, the password reset migration, and the paid jobs. Okay, now let's go and create a new migration. As I said, so to create a new migration, we need to run the PHP artisan make migration and give it the name. So create the name of the migration and say table. So let's say here PHP artisan make migration, and I'm going to say create post table. Hit enter, and created the migration with this timestamp and create post table. Okay, now let's go here. I'm going to close everything, and inside the database, go to the migrations. Here we have the migration we created. The last one, the first one is the user table, which is coming by default with Laravel. And here we can see the migration, return a new class. This is new in the Laravel 9. And the migration has two methods, the up and the down method. The up method is called when we create a new database, and the down method is called when we make a mistake and we want to revert that change. And this is what the down method is doing. So for example, here we have the schema facade, and we call this a create static method. So the up is going to create the users table. The down is going to say drop if exists. So if these users exist in our database, is going to drop that. Okay. Now in the users table, we can see we have the ID, the unique ID. We have a string for the name, a string for email, and also we change the unique here. We have a timestamp for email verified. We have a string for password and remember token and timestamps. If I go here and create our post table, now in the Laravel documentation, you can, here we have PHP Artisan migrate to run all of your outstanding migrations. Migrate status. So if I copy and run this one, it's going to show our all status. So all the tables has run, just the post table not, because we have just created a table, but we are not calling the migrate after we created this table. So we need to add some fields here, and after I'm going to do that. Now for the fields, you can go back. Here we have reset and everything. Fresh, migrate fresh. You go and check out this. So creating a table. But let's navigate down. And here we have the available column types. So big integer, boolean, and double enum, float, string, text, and so on. So if I click the string, we can say the string method create a varchar equivalent column of the given length. So we give the name and the length here. So let's go and create for our post is going to be a simple one. So let's say $table, and I'm going to say string here. So the same thing as here, and I'm going to say title. So title for our post. Next one is going to be the body. So the body is going to be text, and say body. And also I'm going to add a boolean one to say if the post is published or not. So let's say $sign table and say boolean, and I'm going to say is published. Okay, and here I'm going to say a default. I'm going to give it a default value to be 0. Also, you can give it here to the text of body. We can give it a nullable if we want, so nullable. And now this one is going to be not necessary to add something, so we can make it null. And also if you want to add a default value for string, or for example added unique, you can say here unique like this. But I'm not going to do that, just as it is right now. And now let's run again. You see here we don't have this run, and if I run the migration, PHP Artisan migrate, now we migrated only this table, this one which was not run. And now if I say migrate status again, now all the tables has run. Okay, that's it for this video, friends. Hope you enjoy, and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. So in the previous video, we created the migration for posts. Now how we can get posts and how we can create or edit or update and delete posts with Laravel. Let's go to the Laravel documentation and I'm going to search for the model, and we have the Eloquent ORM. Let's get started here and go to the introduction. And here we have the Laravel includes Eloquent, an object relational mapper, or ORM for short, that makes it enjoyable to interact with your database. So when using Eloquent, each database table has a corresponding model. So in this case, we have a post. This post needs to has the corresponding model, and the name of the model is going to be post, singular post. That is used interact with that table. In addition to retrieve records from the database table, Eloquent models allow you to insert, update, and delete records from the table as well. Now, generating model. To generate a model, we can run the PHP artisan make model and the name in our terminal, or to generate also model and migration, we need to run the PHP artisan make model, the name of the model, and dash dash migration, or dash m for short. Also, we have some other flags for factory, flight seeder, controller, controller resource request, MVC for migration factory seeder and controller all, and so on. I highly recommend you for anything you want, go and check the Laravel documentation. And here we have some examples. Now let's see the table names. So by convention, we have here the snake case plural name of the class will be used as the table name unless another name is explicitly defined. So when we create a model flight, in the migration is going to be flights. So the name of the model in plural. And if we have so for example, if we have blog posts, in our case we have just post, but if we have blog post, and let's come here and just open this one, and just I'm going to type here to show you. So if we have the model blog post like this, now the migration is going to be blog underscore post. Okay, if we want to be blog post like this, we need to write the model blog post like this. In our case, we have a post. Now we need to create a model post, singular post. So let's go and open the terminal. I'm going to open the iter and create a new model. So PHP, you need to go inside the code directory and here cd in the essential. Okay, and now run the PHP artisan make model and give it a name. In our case, post. Hit enter. And if we navigate now to the app directory models, we have now the post model. And this post model has a namespace, has factory, and also extends the base model. Now let's work with a thinker. I am in here and I'm going to say PHP artisan thinker just to show you how we can get data from the database based on this model. And I'm going to say here $post is going to be app backslash models backslash and post. Now I got this post here, post model, and I'm going to call the static all method and hit enter, and we get a empty collection right now because we don't have any data in our post. Let's create one manually. So I'm going to say here first post body here, just say body, hit enter, save it. And now if I run again, we get that first post. You see here, app model post, we have the ID, which is 2, the title, the body, and is published by default is 0, and we have created that null and updated that null. Okay, friends, that's it about this video. Hope you enjoy. See you in the next video, friends. All the best. Hello, friends. Welcome. So in the previous video, we worked with Eloquent when I show you the introduction, how we can get all the posts and so on. So we worked with Thinker. Now if I go here and we have some examples, so flight all, the same thing, the same method I called in the post. So post all and get all the posts. Also we have here a flight where, and this is a column and this is the given number. So where the active is 1. And we have this is published here, so we can say the same thing where is published 1 and is going to get all the posts that is published is 1. And also here we have some other where number is this number, get the first one, so it's going to take only 1. And we go to the collections. So as we've seen, the Eloquent methods like all or and get retrieve multiple records from the database. However, these methods don't return a plain PHP array. Instead, an instance of the collection is returned. So here we have an instance of a collection, not a plain PHP array. The Eloquent collection class extends Laravel's base Illuminate support collection class, which provide a variety of helpful methods. So if I open this one here is all the available methods for the collection. The first one is all. We played with that. And we have average and chunk, and I suggest you to go and check this one. And here we have some examples where get and reject and chunk in results and so on. Let's go and play also in this video with a Thinker. I'm going to create a new post also. So let's say $post, and I'm going to say app backslash models backslash and post and call the all method. If I hit enter, we need to go to open the Thinker. So PHP artisan Thinker, and now say $post the B with app backslash models backslash post and call the all static method. And now we have a collection here. We don't have any post because I have cleaned this. So let's create a new post. First, I'm going to say $post singular, and here I'm going to get an instance of the post. So new, and say up backslash models backslash post, and now we have the post model here. And now we have an instance of a post. We can access the columns of this post as a property. So the columns, the title, ID, body, and is published as, but the ID is auto increment, so we don't need to touch that. The title, the body, and the is published, okay. Also, the created art and updated art is managed by the Laravel, so we don't need to touch them. So let's say here now we have the post. Let's say post and title, and this is going to be a first title. I'm going to say okay. Now I'm going to get the body and first body, let's say. Hit enter. Now we need to call the save method in this post. So this post model called the save method, and hit enter, and we get the true. So if I come here now and go to data, refresh, we see we have that post. So we created our first post, and you can see we have the ID1, which is auto increment, and the created art and updated art is corresponding to the time I just created. Okay, and it's the same as created art and the same with updated art. Now let's run again the post all, and now we have a post. So let's hit enter. Yeah, we have this post now. Let's create again one more. So let's clear this up and say $sign post 2 to be with new. And if I say just post, yeah, we don't have that. So let's say up backslash models backslash post, and I'm going to say post 2 now, post 2 title to be with second title. I'm going to say second title, and now get the body, post 2 body, and say second body. Hit enter. Now call the save method. So post 2 save. Hit enter, and we have true. If I come here and refresh, also we have this second title, and both of them has the is published 0. So if I now call again the post, you can see we have all the posts here. If we want to get only this one, we can run so let's say $sign post 1 is going to be with up backslash models backslash and post, and here call the find method, and we need to pass here an ID. In this case, I'm going to add the ID of 1, and if I hit enter, we get the post with ID of 1. So it's going to get the post with this ID. Also, if we want the post with ID 2, we can say 2 here, and it's going to get the post with ID 2. And here we have some examples with where. So let's say also post and now say where, and I'm going to say where the is published is 1. We don't have a post with is published now 1. So let's say where is published, comma, and this one we have both of them are 0. So let's say get now, enter, and we have an empty collection. Now if I change one of them, so let's say let's get this post with ID 2, and I'm going to say here post 2. Okay, now this post 2 is going to get is published. I'm going to set this to 1. Okay, now let's say also save, because right now it's not going to do anything yet. Let's say post 2, call the save method, hit enter, we have a true. If I refresh, now we have the is published, the one to this one. And if I run this again, so post 1 is going to be with app model post where is published is 1. Okay, let's see. And now we can see that we have one post here because this post has this is published the 1. And this was for this video. Hope you enjoy, friends. I'm going to show you more about the collections because you can see here we have a bunch of methods. Hope you enjoy, and if you like content like this, please subscribe to my channel and like the video, and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. So in the previous video we worked with Tinker and we created a post. We also modified that post, so we changed this is published to 1. We worked with the where method, also with the find method to find one post. Now in this video I'm going to work with controllers, and if I search here for controllers, go to the basics, and with the basic controller we have worked before. So here we have the user controller. We created this route, and when we go to this endpoint, the user controller is going to handle that with this method in this user controller. It's going to be responsive for this route, and we give it a name also. We created another one for user and with ID, and this show method is going to handle that one. And for example, if we want to create a user controller, to create a user, we can create more route, but it is a simple way to create one controller, also one route, resource route, and is going to handle all the CRUD operations for that. So if I go to the controllers, you can see here we have the basic controller, we have the single action controller, we have this invoke method in here, and we can create that by saying -- invocable. But I'm going to work with a resource controller in this video. So to create a resource controller, we need to say PHP artisan make controller, the name, and -- resource. And after we creating that, here we have the example of route resource, what I said. So because this single route declaration creates multiple routes to handle a variety of actions on the resource. So let's go and create this controller, this resource route, and we can see. So in the terminal, I'm going to say php artisan make controller. I'm going to say post controller because I'm going to work with posts here, and say dash resource. Okay, the controller created successfully. Now, if we navigate to the controllers app, HTTP controllers, here we have the post controller. If I click here, now because we run this dash resource, we can see is generated 7 methods to this controller. And here is the index method, which display a listing of the resource. In this case, we are going to work with post. So this method is going to display all the posts. Here we have this create method, as this method is going to show the form for creating a new resource. So for creating a post, this is going to store a new post. This store method, this show method is going to display the specific post. And here we have the ID. This show and this index is the same as we have here. So index and the show. And also we have the edit, which is going to show the form for editing the specific resource. The update to update that resource, and here we have also the ID. So we can find that post and update it. And the last one is the destroy, which is going to remove that post. So here we have the web routes, and what I said, we can generate, and here we have a route resource example. So let's do the same thing for our post, and I'm going to remove this 2 here and this one. And if I save and go here and say php artisan route list, here we have all the routes we have right now. We have this get endpoint to the slash, and the name of the route is home. This is for ignition, so let's leave it. We have this admin/users, which is this admin/users, which have the name admin.users.index. So admin.users.index, which handle this user controller, and the method is index. So user controller method index. The same thing we have for the admin users ID, and we have this sanctum. So now if I say here route resource, okay, that resource we have here, and with the say /post, and here I'm going to add that post controller we created, post controller class, and hit save. And just with that, now you can see if I run again the php artisan route list. Now I'm going to, so this was for before. We had the admin users, and the ID and the get, and this the /1. Now we have the /1. We have the admin users and admin users ID, and with this route resource, now is generating this post, get post, which has the name post index. We not give it a name, but it's going to generate this route resource. And now this post index is given a post index name, and the method in the controller is index. So post controller index. This method is going to handle this route post and post index name. So the index method here is this index is going to handle this route. We have a post and posts here. So when we post something to the slash post, we have also the post.store name, and the store method inside the post controller is going to handle that. Also, we have the create, get to get the single post. So here we have the post show name. We have put and patch for updating that post, destroy, and post edit to get the edit form. Okay, now if you don't want them, so if you don't want all them and you want, for example, only these two, you can say is by creating as we have here, but no, we just can say now only add an array here, and we can add in this array the names. So here we have post index, and also I'm going to say show. Let's say here index, comma, and show. So I want only the index and show. And if I save this and run again, the PHP artisan route list, now you can see here before we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 posts. Now we have only 1 and 2. And this is get post, post index name, and the post show name. Only these two we added here. Okay, friends. And to show you this method is handling that one, so I'm going to say here die and dump app models and post, call the all method, the same thing we have done in the previous video. And if I save and go now to this route, so slash post, so in the web routes, in the browser, let's go to the post, and here we have an array, a collection with 2 items, 0, 1, and if we open the first one, this is the post model. You can see inside the attributes we have the ID, the title, the body is published, and so on. And this is the ID 1. If we open the second one, go to the attributes, we have this ID 2. Okay, friends? So that's it for this video, how we can create the resource controller and also create the route resource, which is only one line of code and generating all the resources we need for the post. Hope you enjoy. If you like a content like this, please subscribe to my channel and like the video. See you in the next one, friends. All the best. Hello, friends. Welcome. In this video, we are going to work with blade directives. So when we go to the post, here we display, we die and dump the posts, and we have 2 posts here, an array with
to post model. Okay, now how we can display them in the HTML? Let's go to the VS Code. In the post controller, right now we just die and dump. To display them in the HTML, first we need to go in the views and create the page for that. And inside the views, I'm going to create a folder first for the posts. And inside this post folder, I'm going to create a new file, name it index.blade.php. Okay. And if I open the terminal here, so let's open the terminal, clear this up, and I'm going to say artisan php artisan route list. We can see we have the post index name for this route, and also I have created this post, and inside the post the index a blade, so it's almost the same, post.index. You can name it as what you want, but just I'm going to show you. And here when we have this, the post controller, when we have the index method, I'm going to return that view. So let's return that view. So view, and inside here we need to add that path of the page, which is inside the post.index. Let's save it and let's go inside this index, and I'm going to grab what we have in the welcome, select all, and let's copy and paste it here. Just change this to be a post index page. I'm going to say save it and go to the browser and refresh, and yeah, we have this post index page. Okay, now how we can display, I want to display the posts inside here. First we need to get the post here because we don't have in this index. How we can inject all the posts in this blade. First we need to get all the posts, and I'm going to say $post, the B. I'm going to call the post model and the static all method. Save this. Now we have the post, so make sure you import the post model up here, and we can add all the posts in this index file by saying after the path, I'm going to say comma and say here an array, give it the name post, be associated with the posts here, like this. With that, we have now the posts in here. First, if we go in the blade templates in the Laravel documentation, let's go to the blade directives, and here we have if directive, else if, else, and if. Also we have unless, is set, and so on. So first we need to check if we have a post in this blade template, and we can use this blade directive if. So let's come here and check if. I'm going to say count of the posts is greater than 0. I'm going to say we have posts. So let's say just s2 and we have posts. I'm going to say save it, go to the browser and refresh, and we can see we have posts here. Okay, so we check and we have posts.
Now I want to display the post here in the loop, so we need to make the for each loop or else. And if you scroll down, we can see we have loops here, and we have for each, for else, and while. Let's work with for each and display all the posts. So I'm going to remove the show tag and make a for each loop, and here we need to say $post as, I'm going to name it post, and let's display the title in the show tag. Now to display that, we need to add double curly braces and add the post title like this. If I save and come here, refresh, we can see now we have a first post and a second post. Okay. If you go to the blade directives in the loops, also we have this for else, and we display that. If it is empty, we say no data. So let's copy this one, go to the VS Code, and I'm going to comment this. And paste that in. Just instead of the users, we need to say if we for else posts as post. Okay. And let's display in the li in the show. So let's copy this one here and paste it down there. And if it's empty, I'm going to say no post and save it. Go back, refresh. We have 2 posts. Now, if we don't have a post, so let's go here and okay, and here let's add an empty array. We can see we say no post here. Okay, another way to add this the post here is by using the compact helper method. Let's call that compact and add here the posts. If we have more than one, we can add comma and another one, for example, but let's say right now we have only the post. Save it and refresh. Now we have first post and second post. Also, you can go and check for the loop variable if the loop is first or last, and here index, iteration, remaining, count, first, whether this is the first iteration through the loop or the last one, and so on. And that's it for this video, friends. How we can display the posts, how we can use the blade directives, so how to display the data inside the double curly braces, if statement, for each, for else, and so on. Hope you enjoy and see you in the next one, friends. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. So in the previous video we worked with blade directives. In this video I'm going to work with components. So let's click here, and to create a component we can run the PHP artisan make component command and give it the name. So let's copy this command, go to the terminal, and I'm going to zoom it. Okay, let's paste that command in, PHP artisan make component, and give it the name. And I'm going to create a component for a post to display a single post. So let's say I'm going to say post card component, hit enter. And if we go now in the VS Code, the views, we have these components, and here is the post card component.
Also, if we go in the app directory, we have now the view directory here, which is the postcard component class. Here is the class. In the components in views is the blade. Okay, now if you go to the Laravel documentation, okay, how we can call the component in the blade is by adding an X and the name X dash and the name of the component. In our case, the component name is post dash card. So I'm going to go in the post index here when we have this h2 or post title. Let's remove this one and call that component. So X dash and the name of the component, which is post dash card. So post dash card, and we can close it like this. Now if I save it and let's go now to the project, refresh, we don't see anything because we don't have anything in here in the components. Let's say just h2 and I'm going to say component. Okay, refresh, and we have two components here because in the index we make a loop, we have two posts and we render 2 times this component. But I want to display the post title and also the, if we want, the body or the date. How we can do that? We can add the variable here. If you have worked with Vue.js or is something like this, add the name. So I'm going to say post and equal. If I want to add only the string, so for example only the title, let's say title here. So I'm going to say post title and save it. Now in the postcard view, we need to expect that. So let's say post, or we need to say title is more readable. So we need to expect that in the class, and let's create here public $title. Okay, and here we expect the title, and let's instantiate now the title we have here. So $this title to be with the title we expect. Okay, if I save it, and now in the postcard blade, we can display that title in here in the curly braces. Let's save it, go to the browser and refresh, and we have a post title, what we added here. So if we change the something else, save it, refresh, and we have something else. But we want to have the title, the post of the title, which is dynamic, and we can bind this title with the post title by just adding before the name here colon and the title here or what you want. And here now we need to add the variables. So I'm going to say post title. Let's save it. Come here and refresh. And now we have the first post and also the second post. If we want to have all the posts here, we can say post here. Remove this title, and now we have the post. Save it in the postcard I'm going to say also post here. Let's save now. Now we have the post in here, and here we can say post title like this, and also in the paragraph I'm going to display the post body. So post body, save it, come here and refresh, and now we have the post title and the post body. Okay, and let's add some styles here. So I'm going to use a tiling CSS for that. If you go to the tilingcss.com, here we have the place CDN, and just I'm going to copy this one, and we need to go in the layout, which is up blade for this project, and let's paste that in, hit save. Now in the postcard here I'm going to add some classes. So add a class with max width to be 6 XL MX auto, and I'm going to say margin top to be 12. In the type, in the shoe, I'm going to add a class also to be text 2XL and font semi-bold. Okay. If I save and come here, refresh, and you can see now we have this because I added max with 6XL. Now the title is in the bold, semi-bold, and the body, we don't add classes here. Let's add also some BG slate to be 200 maybe, and I'm going to add around it. Okay, let's save it, come here and refresh, and yeah, now we have, this is the first post, this is the second post. And one more thing, I'm going to add padding 2, and now I think it's more okay. Okay friends, that is just the first video about the component. I'm going to create another one because here we have more to work. This is for class component. Also we have anonymous component, which I think we can work more. I work more with anonymous component, and you can go in the Laravel documentation and see for components. Here we can add classes and merge classes there. So we can add class in this one and merge with these classes we have here. I'm going to show you in the next video. Okay friends, also we have slots and so on. So go and check out this documentation and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. So in the previous video we worked with components. In this video I'm going to work with anonymous components, which is similar as components we created with artisan command, but the anonymous component does not have the class. So here we have class and also the blade in the components. With anonymous we have only the blade component. So let's create new here in the components. I'm going to create new file, name it just card.blade.php. Okay, and here I'm going to add this div here. I'm going to copy this div and paste it here and close it, that div. Now inside here I'm going to add the slot, $sign slot, and anything can display here, anything we put inside this card component. So if you go to the Laravel documentation, and yeah, here we have the slot, Here we have an example with a button. Now anything we put inside here is going to display. So if I go to the post index, and here we display this X post card, let me remove this one, and I'm going to call that anonymous component, so X and the name, which is card. And now I'm not going to close like this, because we have in the card we have this slot, and it's not we need to paste something here to display that. So we need to close like this, and now anything we put here is going to display. So let's put this one here and save it. Now we have this X card here, which has only this class with max width 6XL. Let's go and refresh and see what we have. Okay, and you can see now we have all this BG Slate 200 because we added in this card, in all the cards. So we don't need now in our postcard blade. So let's remove this class. In here, I'm just going to add the B margin top 2 maybe, and let's add also here another class, BG. I'm going to add the BG Slate 100, and I'm going to add here padding 2 and also margin 2. Let's remove this and say margin 2. And if I save, come here and refresh, now we can see we have another class, BG Slate 100, which is to the first post and also to the second post, and altogether has this BG Slate 200, which we added in the card blade. Okay, so and we put the logic inside this card, and also we can add, so let's add also the class here. So class, and I'm going to say let's add BG to be gray 900 now, and if I save, right now it's not going to change nothing, so refresh, nothing happened. But if I go now to the card and work with the attributes, so in the, you can see here we have the attributes, and you can say attributes class, or we can say attributes and merge type or merge the class. And here we have the slot also. You can go and watch and read the documentation, which is very helpful. Also we have props here, but let's work with that. So in here we can, let me say $sign attributes, and we need to merge the class, which is going to be the default, is going to be this one here, what we have. So let's cut this one and paste it here, and remove this div, and also remove the class here. Let's save it, and now if I go in the browser and refresh, we changed the BG to 900 because we added here. Let's change this to be indigo 200. Okay, refresh, and yeah, now we have the classes here. You can play around with that. Now in the post card we display the title and the body. Let's create another anonymous component for this, only for the title. Okay, so in the components I'm going to create new anonymous component, name it post title. So post title.blade.php, and here I'm going to copy what we have here and paste it. And now we don't have the title in here, so let's say just title like this, and we need to accept now the props. You can see here, this is how we can accept the props. So let's paste that in, and instead of heading we say just title, and we can display like this the title. Save it. Now go to the post card, and instead of h2 we can add that component. So x post title. So we added a component inside the component. Okay, we close that, and how we can pass the data is the same thing. We added the data here. So just saying add title to be $, post title. Okay, let's save it, and if I go and refresh, we have the same thing here, but just we change this to component, and now here we had the class component. We accept in the class the post, but in the post title component we accept in the props, because this is anonymous component. Okay friends, so in this video we worked with the slot. We see the slot, also the anonymous component. We added the attributes here to merge the class, and also the accept the props here and display them. Okay friends, that's it for this video. Hope you enjoy, and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. In the previous video we worked with the anonymous component. In this video I'm going to create the layout with component and show you the scope slots. If you go to the Laravel documentation in the components, here we have the scope slots. So this is the component, and we call X alert. Also we add here the X slot with name title, and here we added the text in the blade now in the component, which is alert here, the alert blade PHP inside the components. Here we display the server error, which is inside this title variable, which is this X slot name title. So this name is rendered here as a variable, and anything between the X alert now after this slot is going to display inside the default one. This is the default slot. This is the slot title, which is going to display inside here. I'm going to create the blade mine layout for our project with component. In this project we have the layout in this app blade PHP. So let's go in the components and create a new component. Now you can create also the class component, but it's not a problem. It's the same. So I'm going to name it mine layout. Okay. And in here, I'm going to copy what we have in this layout, select all, copy, place in this mine blade now. And we need to make some changes. First, here we don't need to say yield content, but display the slot, which means anything we put in between the mine layout is going to render here to this slot. This is the default one. And let's go and use now this one. So in the post index, here we have this extends up, which means we extend the up blade, but let's remove now this one and say and use the mine layout component as a layout. So x and mine dash layout, which is the name. And now we need to close here and put between this component or logic or text. Okay, and also we need to remove this end section. It is not necessary, so let's save it. And if I come here and refresh, nothing happened. Everything is worked properly. We just changed the layout from this up to this mine layout. Now, if we want to add also the slot here here we have example for the title, but I'm going to add for the header. So maybe here we have a navigation. Let's remove that, and I'm going to say x dash slot, and I'm going to name it header. And now in between here, I'm going to add just a text to say navigation right now, but you can put the navigation here. And if I save, if we navigate here and refresh, nothing happened. We don't see that because we need to add in the blade component. So in our component, which is mine layout, we need to add that. So we name it x slot and the name is header. Okay, I'm going to add a div here with a class max width to be 6xl, mx auto, and I'm going to add margin bottom to be 8. And here I'm going to display the slot title. So $sign title. Now anything we put in between this x slot header is going to, sorry, not title, but header, is going to display in here. Okay. If I save and go and refresh in our browser, we can see now we have the navigation up here. If we say something else here, so header with slot, refresh, and we see navigation with slot. Okay, now we can add as many as we want. So let's add also one more for the footer, and let's say x slot colon footer. Now this colon is from Laravel 9. If you have Laravel 8, you need to say name and footer, but in the Laravel 9 is this more useful, just colon and the name, x slot footer, and here is going to be the footer. So I'm going to add a div with a class, say div here, not div with class to be margin top 12, I'm going to say footer. Okay, let's save it and come here and refresh. We don't see that because in the here also we need to display that. Okay, and I'm going to display after the slot, default slot, and let's say here div with class max with 6xl and max auto. You can add what we want, but sorry, mx auto, and here we need to display the footer. Okay, if I refresh, okay, so here we have the footer, the navigation, and the body of the content. Now that's it, how we can use scope slot and how we can create the layout with component. Hope you enjoy and see you in the next video, friends. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. In this video I'm going to work with the forms. So here we are in the post and I'm going to add a navigation to go to the post create, but first we need to see if we have that route. So if we navigate in the routes here, web routes, and in the route resource we have only the index and show. So if I run the PHP artisan route list, we can see we have the get posts and post.index and also the get post slash and post to show the single post.show. But also we need the create, so we need post create and also the post store to store a new post. For that, instead of saying here create and also the store, I'm going to remove all of them and have all the actions we need. So if I save now, remove that and save and run again that post route list, we can see now we have post index, post store, post create, and so on. Now we have a post create. Let's go in the resources, views. In the components, we have created this main layout in the previous video. And here we have a header. Before the header, I'm going to add a div with a class margin 2 and padding 2. And here I'm going to add some links. So let's say UL, I'm going to add a class flex and add li, and here I'm going to add a link to go to the route post.index. Okay, so we have this route here, post.index, which return us to this slash post. Okay, here we have post and post index, and also the post controller method index inside is responsive for this route. Now here I'm going to say just post, and let's copy this one and duplicate and say now create post, or I'm going to say new post, and this route is going to be post slash post.create, and let's also give it some links, some classes here. So I'm going to add a class margin 2 and padding 2, and I'm going to add bg indigo 200. The same thing to this one. If I save it and let's go now here and refresh, and yeah, we can see that we have two links here. If we go to this new post, we have an empty, because in the HTTP controllers, in the post controller, this create method is not doing nothing right now. So now this create method is responsive for the post/create route. This create method is going to return only the form, so the blade show the form. So let's say return the view post, and I'm going to create the create blade here. Okay, and you can see we have returning the view post dot create, not post/create. Okay, we have this dot as a separator instead of slash. And now let's go inside the views. We have a post here. Inside this post folder, I'm going to create that create.blade.php. And let's copy what we have in the index. I'm going to copy them and paste it here. Now in the slot header, I'm going to say create new post, and let's remove this card because here is going to be the form. Okay, if I save now and come here and refresh, yeah, we have the links, and here we have create new post, which is coming from here, the header slot. Here we have a form and the footer. Now in the form, I'm going to add the form. So let's add a div with class max with md. I'm going to say mx auto and margin top to be 12. Okay, and here we need to add the form. If I say form here, now the method is going to be post. The action is going to point to the route post.store. Okay, let's close the form, and what we need the title and the body for our post. So let's say I'm going to add a div, and inside this div add a label for title, and after that add the input with type text, and we need to give it the name, which is going to be title. Okay, let's copy this one and paste it down there. This one is going to be now body, and let's say here name body. And the last one, we need to add a button. So let's paste that in, remove the label, and on the input and say button with type submit. We'll add some classes, so bg indigo 500, margin 2 and padding 2, and say here create. If I save it, come here and refresh, we have title body and create, but indigo like this. I'm going to add a class here in the form. Let's add class the BBG slate 200 and padding 4. Okay, here we have the title and the body it's not looking very nice. I'm going to add some styles in the next video, but right now just see the form. Also, let's add some class here. So margin 2 and padding 2, the same thing. So let's copy and paste it here and refresh. And yeah, now it's more okay. So here we have a title and a body. And if I say now create, well, we have this 419 page expired. And that's it, because Laravel, if you go to the Laravel documentation, in the basics, we have this CSRF protection. And you can go and read the documentation. Thankfully, Laravel make it easy to protect your application from cross-site request forgery attacks. So for every form, we need to protect the form, and in Laravel we have this CSRF protection. Okay, we need to include in every form by adding the CSRF blade directive inside the form tag. So if we navigate in the create blade inside this form tag, we need to add the CSRF blade directive. So CSRF. Okay, and this one, this blade directive, it will generate an input of type hidden with a token as value. So if I save now this one and go back, let's refresh, and I'm going to inspect the elements here in the form. Now we can see we have this input type hidden name underscore token, and the value is the token. Okay. Now the token is then verified inside Laravel using the verify CSRF token middleware. We don't have worked with the middleware yet, but what is middleware? Middleware is a mechanism that filters requests going through your application. So in the app HTTP, we have controllers, and here we can see we have also the middleware, and here we have the verify CSRF token, and this class extends the middleware. And if we open, we can see inside the handle method we have this tokens match request, and if the tokens match, is going to go to the next request. So enough about the CSRF token we added here. And if I say create now, we redirected back. Nothing happened because in the post controller we have this store method, which is responsive for the store route. Here we can see we have this request injected, illuminated HTTP request, and this helps us to read the data of our form input. So if I say here die and dump the request and change the all here, let's save it and refresh again, and if I say create, now we can see we have all the data from that form. We have a token, we have a title and the body, which are null right now because we don't added nothing here. So if I refresh and say something here, let's say create again, and now we can see we have a title and something in the title and something in the body. Now how we can get separately, for example, how we can get only the title. So if I say $ title here, and this is going to be the request input now, And here in the input, we need to specify the input name. So here we added the name. For the title, we added the title. For the body, body. And if I say just here, input name title, and let's return here and dump the title. Okay, let's save it. Go back, and if I refresh and say here, this is a title, and let's say create now, we have dine dump. This is a title. Okay, friends, that's it for this video. Hope you enjoy and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. In this video now we are going to create a new post from the form. So when we go here, right now we just die and dump the title. So in the post controller, in the store method, we just say in die and dump title. But we need to store a new post, and also when we store it, I'm going to redirect back to the post. So back here. Okay. And this is very easy. It's the same thing we have created with a Tinker. So first, let's say $post, and it's going to be a new post. And make sure you import that. Okay, and now instead of saying just $title, I'm going to say the post title is going to be the request input title. And let's copy and duplicate this and say now post body is going to be the request input body. Okay, after that, I'm not going to say die and dump, but I'm going to say $post and call the save method. Now we're saving the post. If I save and come here, let's go to the new post. Let's say, so in the table plus, here we have two posts. I'm going to say new post from form. Okay, new post from the form, and let's add something here. Let's go and create now. And you see, if I come here and refresh, yeah, we have the post, we created the post. And now the post has the created at and updated at here. But we don't redirect back to the posts. Okay, now we can see we have the new post from the form. But I want, when we store a new post, to redirect back to the /post, to the post index page. Okay? For that, we need here, after we call the post save, we need to say return, and we can say redirect like this to the /post. And let's go and try right now. So new post again, and let's create. And of course now we redirected back, but also we have another method. So instead of saying return redirect and specifying here the URL, we can say return redirect, and after chaining the route, and here we specify the route, which is going to be post.index. Okay, if I save, now it's going to be the same thing. So if I go and try new post with route redirect, I'm going to say and let's add something, create, and we have this post with route redirect, and we redirected back. Also, we have new method in the Laravel 9 from Laravel 9, which is going to be the same, but we have now a return, and we return to the route. Return to route and give it the name of the route, which is going to be post index. Okay, if I save, now is the same thing, but I think it's more readable. Just the route and give the name. So let's go and test again. New post with Laravel 9 redirect, and let's type something, create, and now we return back to the post, and we have post with Laravel 9 redirect. Okay friends, that's it about this video, how we can store new post and redirect back. Hope you enjoy and see you in the next video. All the best, friends. Hello friends, welcome. So in the previous video we created a new post and we redirect back to the post to show all the posts. In this video I'm going to show you the message here when we create a new post and we redirect here. I want to show the message that the post has been created. So for that we need to work with a session, and let's go in the post controller here when we save a new post. Before we return to the route, I'm going to say here $request session. Okay, and I'm going to flash and let's say status, and here is going to be the message, and I'm going to say the post created successfully. Okay, now with that, if we go in the resources, views, and in the components we have the main layout here, I'm going to check for the session, so I'm going to add it just here and say if the session, called the helper method session, and the session has status. So if the session has status, what we added here, I'm going to display, so let's say a div with a class text to be green, maybe 400. Okay, and here I'm going to display that. To display the message, we need to say double curly braces and session. Now we need to get the status. So here we check if the session has status, and here we need to read, so we need to say session get and add the status here. Okay, now let's save it. And if I refresh here, nothing happened. Let's go and create new post, and I'm going to say post with flash message, and let's type something here. Let's say create and undefined not session like this, but as a method, save and refresh, and let's create another one, create, and now we have this, the post created successfully.
okay, which is up here. Let's add also some text. So I'm going to add margin, some classes, sorry, margin 2 and padding 2, or maybe padding 4. And I'm going to add BG green to be 200. Okay, save it. Go and create new post. And right now, if we go back, we don't see that. So let's say post with flash a message again and add something here. Let's say create, and now we have something like this: the post created successfully. And of course, if we refresh, that is gone. Now that's it, one way. Another way is instead of saying request session flash, we can redirect with flash. So return to the route and say with and add the status here. So let's copy that, paste it here. Let's remove now or just commented this one, and let's save it. Let's go back, refresh, and go and create. Yeah, we need to close the PHP there, and let's go and create new post. Type something here, say create, and of course we see again the post created successfully. And if you go to the Laravel documentation and search for flash message, so here we have return redirect and with status, or let's search for the redirecting. Here we have redirecting with flash message, session data, flash data, and yeah, here we have the request session flash, the same thing we added in here. Also here we have the refresh, keep, and now. For more, you go and read the Laravel documentation. Hope you enjoy and see you in the next one, friends. All the best. That's it for this video. Hello friends, welcome. In this video I'm going to work with validation. So if we go to the new post and say create here without typing something in the title or in the body, we have this SQL error. The column title cannot be null. And let's go and work with that. So let's open the post controller. And here, when we store a new post, let's validate first the data. So we need to check if we have the title added to the new post and also if we have a body. So for that, I'm going to say $request and call the validate method. And here we need to add an array with key. The key now is going to be the name of the input. So let's say here title, and the value is going to be the rule. So I'm going to say required for now, just to be required, and the same thing for the body. Let's say required, and if I save and come here and refresh, and let's say create, we redirected back, but we don't show to the user what happened, so we just redirected back. So let's display now the message of the error. If we go, so let's in the HTTP kernel PHP here in the protected middleware groups in the web, or which is for the not for the API, for the web. Here we have the share errors from session middleware,
And if we click here, go to the handle method. If we have, so if the request session get errors, so if the session has errors, we are going to share to the view as the errors. Okay, so for that. Now let's go inside the resources, views, post, and create blade. Here, let's check if we have any errors. So I'm going to say if and call the errors variable from the middleware. Now if the errors, if is any errors there, I'm going to add the div with a class, a div with a class to be margin 2 and padding 2. And here let's add a UL and make a for each. I'm going to make a for each $sign errors and get all the errors we have as single error, and here display that error. So li, I'm going to give it a class to be text red 400, and let's display now that single error in li. If I save it, come here and refresh, let's say create. Now we have the title field is required and the body field is required. Good. Let's go to the post controller and add more rule here. So to the title, I'm going to add to be minimum of 3 characters and also to be maximum of 10 characters. And if I save it and come here, I refresh, and let's add something, but not 3 characters or more. So I'm going to add just 2 characters here, and if I say create now, it's not showing the title field is required because we added something, but the title must be at least 3 characters. And if I type more than 10 characters now, say create, now the title must not be greater than 10 characters. Okay. And you can go to the Laravel documentation and check for all the rules, but I'm going to show you only the basics. Also you can do, so let's do the same thing for the body 5, and I'm going to add maximum of 100. And also what I work most is by adding an array here instead of a string separated by this one. But here we can do the same thing, just say required, comma, and another rule, which I'm going to say minimum of 3 characters, and also comma and another rule, and I'm going to say maximum of 10 characters. And it's the same, so let's go back and refresh, create, we have the title field is required, type something, now must be at least 3 characters, and if I type more than 10 characters also it's going to be, the title must not be greater than 10 characters. Okay, but now if we want to display not all the errors here, but let's say the title error to display in here and the body error to display here, let's go in the create blade and I'm going to comment this one and say after the div, when we add the label and the input, I'm going to add another div with a class margin 2 and padding 2. And here we have the blade directive for errors. So error, and here we need to add the name of the input. in this case is title. Okay, title here. And in here, let's display that error. So I'm going to say span with class to be text red 400, and I'm going to say text small. And now in the double curly braces, we need to say $sign message, the message of this error. And let's copy this and do the same thing for the body. Just we need to change the error for body here. Let's save it. Come here and refresh. And if I say create now, we have a title field is required and the body field is required. Okay, friends, what you want, if you want like this, okay, if you want this approach, is up to you. I like this one more, and also in this one I like more. So that's it for this video, how we can validate our data and display the error to the fore. Hope you enjoy, friends. If you like the video and subscribe to my channel for more content about Laravel. See you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. In this video I'm going to work with a form request. So if I go in the VS Code and let's open the post controller. Now here we have the store method, and let's clean this method a little bit. We have a bunch of code here. The create and the index is much cleaner. So first I'm going to remove all the commented lines. Second, here in the request validated, I'm going to create a new variable. I'm going to say the validated data to be with the request validate. Okay, and with that now we can say here just post model and call the create static method, and inside here now we just can add the validated data. Okay, with that now we can remove all the code down there and we have more cleaner method. If I save, and also if you go to the Laravel documentation in the mass assignment, here we have an example with flight and create. Here we have the name and the array with key value pairs, but because we have the key value pairs here, so it's not necessary to add it also in here. And let's go and see here. We said before using the create method, you will need to specify either a fillable or guarded property on your model class. So we need to add in the model class the protected fillable and the fields for our model. So let's go in our model, post model, and here I'm going to copy what we have just for quick access and paste it inside here. Now we say in here protected the fillable, and we need to protect the title and the body, and also I'm going to add the is published. Now all the three fields here is going to allow for mass assignment. Okay, now with that, if we go and create a new post, so let's say new post, let's create new post, type something here, let's say create, we say the post created successfully, and here we have the new post. Okay, now that is more cleaner, but is another way to have more cleaner method by creating a custom request. So let's open the terminal, and I'm going to say php artisan make request, and I'm going to name it this post store request. Hit enter. Okay, now let's open that post store request, and here first we need to authorize this request, so let's say true, and in here now in the rules we need to add the rules. So let's go in the post controller and let's copy the rules here. We have the same thing, key value pair in here as well. So in return an array with key value pairs. So title is going to be required minimum of 3 characters, and I'm going to remove this max 10 characters, and the body I'm going to leave it as it is. Let's save it, and now in the controller, instead of adding the default request from the Laravel, I'm going to add the post store request. Okay, so now we injected the custom request here. We have validation, so it's not necessary to create validated data here. For that we need to remove, and now we need the validated data. To have the validated data, we need to call the request and the method validated. This validated method is going to return to us the title and the body. And if I save and go and create a new post, first let's check for validation. If I say create, we have the title field is required and the body field is required. Let's type something here, just 2 characters. We have the title must be at least 3 characters, and now let's create something. Okay, create, and now the post created successfully, and we have down there. And of course we have more cleaner method, just 1 line of code. Okay friends, so let's save it. Here is the custom request for us. And that's it about this video, how we can create the request and clean the method in our controller. For more, you go and check the Laravel documentation. Hope you enjoy, friends. If you like the video and subscribe to my channel for more Laravel videos. See you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. So in this video I'm going to show you the old method to keep the old data from the session. So when we go to the new post, we have a form here for creating a new post. And because we have added the validation, so let's open the post store request. Now here we have the validation for title. It's required and minimum of 3 characters. and also the body of minimum of 5 characters. Okay, so we need to add more than 2 here and more than 5 here in the body. So let's say here in the title, I'm going to say my new post. In the body now, I'm just going to show the type 3 characters. And if I say create, we have the error, but we lost the data we added here. So we need to write it again. And with Laravel, we have the helper method, the old one, which is going to keep the old data from the session for the input. So let's go and open now the create blade. So here we have the create blade, and I'm going to remove now the errors here because I'm going to use this one. And here we have the label and also the input. The name is title, and let's add also the value. And here I'm going to add double curly braces, and inside the old helper method from the Laravel, and in here we need to add the name of the input, which we want to see the data from the session. If I say title, and I'm going to do the same thing for the input body, also add the value and double curly braces, call the old method and say body. Let's save it and come here and refresh. And if I say here now my new post, and down there type something, say create, we have the error, the body must be at least 5 characters, but also we have the title here and the string we added in the body. So we don't need now to write again the title. We just fix the error. And if I say create, it's going to create the post. Okay, friends, this is very helpful. And let's go and create now the edit blade. Here in the post, I'm going to create a new file, name it edit.blade.php. And inside, I'm going to copy what we have in the create blade. So select all, copy, and paste it inside here. Now, instead of create new post in the header, I'm going to say update the post. Okay, now the method is going to be post. The action is going to be post update. And in the update, we need to add the post ID. So let's open the terminal here. And what I'm going to do, so let's clear this up. I'm going to say PHP artisan route list. And here we have the post update. And as you can see, the method, the action is put or patch. And also we see here we need the post itself. For that, I added the post ID here. Post update is the root name. So post update. Now we need to add the post itself in here, and the method is update. So the method that is responsive for that action, for the update. Now we added the post ID, but the method is going to be put or patch, and we can override this method by adding here the helper method and say it's going to be put, and now Laravel is going to see this one and is going to get this method as a put method. Okay. Also now if I added the post here, but we need the post in the edit blade. So if I open the controller, post controller, and in the edit method, here we need to return that edit blade. In here, first we need to get the post. Here we have the ID. So let's open again. So for edit, here we have the get method and post slash, we need the ID of the post or the post itself, because it's going to use route model binding, and slash edit. The root is post edit, and the method is going to be edit in the post controller. Okay. So in the post controller here, we have the edit method. Here is the ID. So let's say now $sign post to be post model and find or fail. So if not find that, it's going to fail that ID. So we have the post, let's say return the view post.edit, and let's add the post here. So compact post. Okay, let's save it. Now in the edit blade, we have that post we added here. The method and the action is okay, but if we come here and refresh, let's navigate to the first post. So /1/edit. Yeah, we have that the form here. Here is said update the post. But first, let's add a link here to go and edit all the posts. So for example, a link to edit this post, down there for the second, and so on. So we need to open the index blade. And here we have the post card to display that post. So in the components, we have this post card. And here we have the post title to display the title, and down there we added the paragraph for the body. Let me add first here the class flex, and I'm going to say justify between. Okay, and I'm going to cut them and add it in the div. So add a div and paste that down there. Add another div with class margin 2 and padding 2. And in here, I'm going to add a link, ref to be road post.edit. Okay, so post edit this road name, and the URL is going to be post slash the post and slash edit. Here now we need to add the post ID. We have a post here, so let's say $post ID. Let's add also some classes. So I'm going to say class with text to be blue 400, and on hover I'm going to add a class, on hover to be text blue 600. Okay, let's say edit here, and if I save, we need also to close the anchor tag, save it. Let's come here and refresh, and yeah, we have the edit link here. So if I click, we navigate to the post one edit, go to the post, edit here, post/2 edit, and also post/3 and so on. That's okay, but here in the form now we have a title, but we need to see the title of this post. So for that, if we go in the edit blade, here in the value we added the old method if we have any old data for this title, but this old method also accept a second parameter for the default value, and the default value for the edit, we have the post here, so let's add the post title, and the same thing for the body, so $sign post, here we need to say post body, and let's save it, come here and refresh. Of course we have the title now and the body. If we go back and let's see now, edit this one, post with form request, edit, and we have post with form request here. Okay friends, so that's it about this video. I hope you enjoy. If you like content like this, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to my channel, and see you in the next video. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. In this video I'm going to work with update. So if I click in the edit, here we navigate to the edit page, we have a form, we need to change this to update. And of course, if we go in the table plus, in the post table, we have title, body, and we have this is published. By default is 0, but I'm going to add that here to change if we need to change that. So let's go in the VS Code and open the edit blade. And after the body, I'm going to add a div with the class margin 2 and padding 2. And inside here, add the label for published. And after the label, I'm going to add the input with type to be checkbox. I'm going to give it a name to be is published, and the value is going to be is published as well. Now here I'm going to add the blade directive checked, and if this is checked, I'm going to add the old helper method for is published, and here by default I'm going to add the post is published. Let's close this input and save it. Come here and refresh, and yeah, here it is published. Let's change also the button to say update, and maybe I'm going to add the class on the hover. So when you hover it, I'm going to say bg indigo 700, text is going to be white, and I'm going to add some rounded corners. Save it and come here, refresh, and we see the update here, and on hover it's going to change a little bit. Okay, now if I click here, nothing happened. So let's go to the post, because in the post controller, so if I go in the post controller, in the update method, we don't have nothing logic here. So let's work with that. Here we can see we have the request and the ID. We need the ID to get the post, and in the edit also we have the ID here, and we say post finder field ID. So we can do this as well in the update, or a better way is to inject here the post and say $post and use the route model binding, and Laravel is going to do this behind the scenes for us. So if I remove this and if I save and go back, refresh, now let's go and click the edit and it's going to work as well. Okay, but we have more clean method. And I'm going to do the same thing for the update method. So let's say post $post. Okay, for the request, I'm going to use the request we have for post store request. So let's say post store request. And now to update the post, we can say $post, call the update method, and say the request validated. Now the validated is going to return to us only the validated data. So here we have the title and the body. Okay. And also let's copy this line of code here. After we update, I'm going to return to the post index route and say the post updated successfully. Okay, refresh. And let's say here the new post updated. Click update. We have the method the post updated successfully, and new post updated here. Okay, first I'm going to change this. So let's go inside the components, my layout. Here we have text screen 400, but I'm going to say text screen 800. Okay. Now let's remove again the updated here and click update again. And now, yeah, we have more good. The post updated successfully and we have only the new post. Okay, but I want to change also the is published because right now is published, it's not changed. And so let's go to the first one. And if I click here, refresh, yeah, nothing happened to the is published because we, in the post controller, we just say in here the request, update the request validated, and the request validated has only the title and the body. Now for the is published, I'm going to say $published here, create a new variable, and I'm going to instantiate that with 0. And after that, I'm going to say if the request has now, if the request has the is published, I'm going to change this the published variable to 1. Okay, so let's do first dump the request is published. And if I save, come here and refresh, go to the edit. If I check this, published, click update, we see the is published. If I uncheck and click update, we see null. So for that, here in the controller, I check if the request has the is published. So it's mean if the request has is published, it's not null, and this is checked. So if we have that, I'm going to change the published to 1 and call the update request validated, and also plus the is published is going to be what the published variable is. Let's save it and go in the browser, remove the die and dump. I forgot. Let's remove the die and dump. Let's save it. Go to the browser, refresh. Title post is published, I'm going to say. And also check the published here. Click update. We have the post updated successfully. First post is published. And if I come here and refresh, the is published is 1. Good. Let's go and see if we can send back to 0. So let's say 0 here. Click update now. The post updated successfully, and if I refresh again, yeah, we send back to 0. Do the same thing again. Refresh back to 1. If I remove now the is published and say update, come here and refresh, the is published remain in 1. Okay friends, that's it for this video, how we can update the post and also change the published dependent in the checkbox here. Hope you enjoy and see you in the next one. All the best, friends. Hello friends, welcome. In this video I'm going to work with the destroy method. We are going to delete posts. For that I'm going to add a button here. So let's open the VS Code and inside the index. Here we display the post card. So inside the post card we have the edit. Now after the edit I'm going to add, we can add a delete button here as well, but I'm going to add it right here. It's more useful for me, I think. Just we can click here and delete the post. So for that I'm going to add a form first, form with a method to be post. Now the action is going to be route post.destroy. We need to add the post ID here, $ post ID, and I'm going to say on submit. Okay, I'm going to say return. Confirm. Are you sure? Okay. Now let's close the form, and inside the form I'm going to add the CSRF token, so the protection. Also I'm going to say method and change now the method to be delete. Okay, next one I'm going to add button, type submit, and here we can say delete. Let's save it, come here and refresh, and yeah, we can see the delete button here. But this is not looking very nice. First I'm going to, in parent div, I'm going to say flex here and space x2. Okay, let's remove this or leave it as no problem. Now if I save and come here and refresh, yeah, we have it something like this. Let's add in the button some classes. So I'm going to say text to be red 400, and on hover is going to be text red 600. Okay, refresh, And yeah, now when we click here, we have the are you sure, click OK, but we don't have the in the controller. So if I open the controller, in the destroy method, we don't have the logic. So you can see here we have the public function destroy, and this destroy method is the method we need for our delete method. So if I say PHP artisan route list, we can see now in the post destroy, the method is delete, the action. We need a post here, and the method inside the controller is the destroy method. Okay, so here we have the ID, and I'm going to do the same thing we have done with update and edit. So instead of ID, we can say post and $post. So we inject the post model. And here just I'm going to say $post and call the delete method. And with that, we are going to delete the post. And after that, I'm going to return back because we are inside the index. So we just click here. We are going to confirm. And if we delete, I'm going to return back. So let's say down there, return back. And of course, I'm going to say a message. So the post deleted successfully. Let's come here and refresh. And let's delete this my new post. Are you sure? Click OK. Now the post deleted successfully and we don't see now that post. Let's delete also this one. OK. Delete this one. OK. Delete this one. And delete this one. And so on. OK. This is how easy it delete the model. So we just get the model and say post delete, and I'm going to return. That's it for this video, friends. Hope you enjoy and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. So far we have made the CRUD for the posts, so we can see all the posts here. We can create a new post, so if I click here, and also we can edit and delete the post. In this video I'm going to work with authentication, and I'm going to install the official Laravel package. So if you go to the laravel.com, get started, here we have in the starter kits, we have this Breeze package. Also, if you go to the packages, yeah, here it is, Breeze. And also we have this Jetstream package, which is for the authentication, but the Breeze package is more easy to use. So let's install the Breeze package in our project. We need to run the composer require laravel/breeze. Let's copy the command, and in the terminal I'm going to run that. Okay. Next, we need to run the PHP artisan breeze install and npm install and npm run dev. But because we have worked some, we have made some work in our project, if we go in the roads, web roads, here we have some roads. When we install in this package, is going to regenerate this road, and also is going to create some folders and files in our project. So in the web route, we have the route view to get to return this welcome. So when you go to the slash, it's going to return this
welcome is going to render the welcome page inside the resources views, this one. Also, we have the route resource for posts, and here we have for users. We have worked with that, but it's no problem if we lost. So we are going to lose them. We need only this route resource post because we have posts in our project. Okay, and we need to work with them. So let's run now the PHP artisan breeze install. Okay, copy the command, go to the terminal and paste that. Enter, and now we need to run the npm install and npm run dev. Enter. Okay, so here we see now we have the route get slash and returning the view welcome. That's okay. We have a new route for dashboard, and we require this auth PHP, which is inside the route here. And here we have all the authentication routes. So register, login, forgot password, and so on. Also, this package has created some files. So if we see in the views, we have the auth folder, and here we have the login, register, reset, verify, forgot, and so on. In the components, also we have some components, and we have the layouts folder, and here we have the app, guest, and navigation. The app layout is for the when we are logged in. The guest in is where we are not logged in. We have the dashboard here, and this layout is the same as the layout we have created. So it's a component layout, but our layout here, my layout, is anonymous component, and the layout we have here is class-based component. So if we open the app view, we have the app layout and the guest layout. The app layout just render the view, layouts app. So layouts app this view. Okay. Also in the HTTP, we have controllers here inside the auth created by that package, and in the request, we have this login request. Okay, enough with files. Let's see how it's going to work. If we navigate now in our project and say go to the register, yeah, here we have the form. Let's open the table plus, and right now in the users I don't have any user, so let's register a new user. I'm going to say test user, and also test at test.com, add the password, and say register. We are redirected back to the, not back, but we are redirected to the dashboard. And if I come here and refresh, yeah, it is the user. Let's go and log out. Let's go and log in now. So slash login and say test.com, add the password, login, and yeah, we are logged in. That's it, how easy it is to have authentication in our project with Breeze package from Laravel. Now, if you don't like the URLs here, so the dashboard or the login, and you want to customize, it's no problem. You just need to go inside the routes, auth web route, auth PHP here, and change the register here to what you need. Also the login and so on. Okay, friends? That's it about this video. I hope you enjoy, and if you like a content like this, like the video and subscribe to my channel, and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. In the previous video we have installed the Breeze package for authentication. So in our application now can go anyone and register, log in, log out, and so on. But we have lost the routes we had. So if I navigate in the /posts, we have 404 not found. So let's go and fix that. In the VS Code, open the web routes. And here I'm going to say route resource and add /post. And here I'm going to add the post controller, what we had before. Post controller class. Save it, and if I come here and refresh, yeah, we have the posts here. We don't have any posts because I deleted all the posts. But if I navigate here, yeah. But because we have the authentication system in our project, now I want to protect this route. So only the authenticated user can go and create posts. Okay, because right now anyone can go and create that. So if I navigate here, you can see we have this route for dashboard and we have the middleware auth here. So let's add now this middleware to also this resource. We can say middleware auth like this. And if I save now and come here and refresh, yeah, we need to log in. And let's go and register a new user, and I'm going to say admin.com, and type the password. Okay, now because we are logged in, if I navigate in the post, new post, yeah, we can see that. Okay, friends. We protected the route, but I'm going to use this layout for our post as well. So let's go and inside the resources, views, post. So in the index, we have this X-mine layout. So let's remove this and say X app layout. Okay, and if I go to the dashboard, we have the X app layout and we need the X slot name header. So let's copy this one here. And we have the header here, but just copy the heads too. So copy this and paste it here. We are in the post index, so I'm going to say all posts. We don't have a footer there, so let's remove that. And if I save now and come here, navigate to the posts, yeah, here we have no post, but we are in the /posts here. Now I'm going to add a link here to navigate to the post, not so because if we are in the dashboard, I'm going to add a link to go to the post. For that, we need to go in the layouts, and here we have the navigation, and you can see the navigation links. So here is this dashboard we have here. I'm going to copy this and copy the nav link and paste it and change the route here. The route is going to be post.index. Okay, the post index name. And here is going to say, I'm going to say post.
If I save, refresh, yeah, here we have now the post. And if I click, we navigate to the slash post and so on. Okay, friends, so that's it about this video. Hope you enjoy and see you in the next one. All the best. Okay, so in the previous video, we added the link here to go to the post. Right now, we don't have any posts and we need to go and create one. So instead of navigating to the post slash create, I think it's best way to add here a link and go and create a new post. So let's navigate in the post index page. And here we have a card. And we can add here the link. So I'm going to say div with a class margin 2 and padding 2. I'm going to add flex and justify and go in the end. And in here, add a link as ref to navigate in the road post create. Okay, and let's add some classes here. So I'm going to say text green 400 and on hover is going to be text green 600. I'm going to say okay and say here new post. Let's save it, refresh. We have this new post here. First, let's open the terminal and run the npm run watch to watch for the CSS changes, because this app layout has the, so if we navigate in the layouts, app layout, this has the assets app CSS, and we need to compile the CSS we added, so we not have the CDN here. But what I see here, we need to add also the max width to be 7XL and MX out. Save it, come here and refresh. And yeah, here it is. Okay, yeah. Now if I click here, we navigate in the post create. But also in the post create, I'm going to use this layout, so the app layout, and maybe add a button here because this is not looking very nice. So here, instead of saying text green, I'm going to say BG green, and on hover BG green 600, and text is going to be white. So text white, and I'm going to say PX4 and PY2. Okay, let's open the post create, and here instead of mine layout, I'm going to use the app layout, and here we say create new post. Okay, just let's copy this as shoe and paste it inside here and close that. Add shoe tag. Also, we need to remove the footer and save it. Come here, refresh. We have this new post, click, and now we have a new layout. Create new post, and here is the form. Okay, let's change also this little bit. So the create is PG Indigo 500. On hover is going to be PG Indigo 700 and text is going to be white. And also I'm going to say rounded. And maybe margin. Okay, let's leave it as it is. Refresh. And yeah, now it's looking more nice. Good. If I say here new post, type something and say create, we redirected back and here it is, the new post. We have the edit and delete. But instead of this, I'm going to display a table here, because in the index right now we have this X card and we make a for each and display the post card here. So for that, I'm going to copy in the my GitHub Laravel media library repository. Here in the resources, views, posts, index post, I'm going to copy the table we have here because it's going to look more nice. So let's select all, copy. Let's go in the index, now in the index of the posts, and here remove this X card and paste that in. If I save, go to the browser and refresh. Okay, we need to make some changes because here we have the first media. We worked with the media library. So let's remove and say display only the title and the ID. And also up here, only the title and the ID. Save it and refresh. And yeah, here it is, but we need to say add the same div as we have here. So I'm going to say the better way is to go in the app layout, and in the mine I'm going to add class with max width 7XL and MX auto. MX auto like this, save it. Now in the index we don't need this max width up here, and also the table is going to look more nice. Save it, come here and refresh. Yeah, and we have this thing here. So if I open, and the end for each here is that. So remove, save, and refresh. Yeah, now it's more nice. We have the ID, the title, and here we have the edit and delete button. So if I click to the edit, we navigate in the edit, and if I say delete, it's going to delete the post. Okay, so the same thing we had in the previous index. Now one more thing, I want to add the same layout in the edit. So let's go in the post edit blade and say here X app layout and say update the post, but let's use this hashtag. So copy, paste it here and close it. Down there, save it, and if I refresh, update the post, and it's looking more nice now. Okay friends, that's it about this video. Hope you enjoy and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. So in the previous video we added the layout in all of the post pages. So in the create we changed the layout, the up layout, also the edit, and in the index. Okay, in this video I'm going to modify the post table. So here we have only the title, body, and is published. I'm going to add one more field for the image and show you how to upload images, and also the path of the image. I'm going to add it in this field here. So let's open the post table and add one more field here. So I'm going to say $table and say string. I'm going to name it image, and let's close this one. Let's save it, and we need to run the PHP artisan migrate fresh because we added one more column there. We can create a separate migration for that, but I'm going to do it in this way. So now if I come here and refresh, we have the image column here. Good. Now let's go and register a new user. Okay, go to the posts, and if I say create new post, we have the title and the body, and we need to add the input for the image. So let's open the create blade. And first thing we need to add in the form the enc type, multi-part form data. Okay, and I'm going to copy this, which are for the title, paste it down there, and change the label to be image, the input type to be file, and name image. We don't need to provide value here. Also, the error is going to be for the image. Let's save it. And if I refresh, yeah, we have the image here. Now let's open the post controller, and if I just say here request, let's remove that post request, and I'm going to say die and dump the request as file. Okay, and add the image here. This is going to return true if we choose a file, or false if we don't choose any file here. So let's say I'm going to choose this one and say create, and we're going to return true. So we die and dump this one. If I go back and I'm not choosing anyone, just say create here, is going to return false. So in this way we check if the request has file. And of course, if I just say here file, we could then dump the request file image. And let's see now what we have. So refresh, let's choose a file, click open, create, and now we have all the fields we need. So we have the original name, the MIME type, the hash name, the path name, base name also, and the size in bytes, and so on. Type is file. Now, if you go to the Laravel documentation in the digging deeper file storage, here you can learn how to work with file uploads and file storage. You need to, here we have the configuration, and when using the local driver, all the operations are related to the root directory defined in your file system configuration file. So in our config file systems, here we have the configuration file for the file upload. The default file system disk is local, but we have the local, public, and S3. So the local has the driver local, and the root is storage path up, which means in the storage app here is going to upload the images. The public also has the driver local, but the root is inside the app and public here. Okay, and we are going to use this public. For that, I'm going to copy this and add in the .env file. The change, we can change it here, but I'm going to change in the .env. So let's open the .env file and paste the file system disk and say public. Okay, let's save it. Close this one. Now, how to upload images. If you go in the storing files, we can say storage facade, storage put, and the file JPG. Put method may be used to store file contents on a disk. You may also pass a resource to the put method. Okay. Copy, move, and so on. You go and read the documentation. Also, we have put file and put file as here. Choose the folder and say new file, path of photo, and the photo JPG. Now we are going to use the store method. So this one, the request file and the name of the file. So the request file image, and just call the store method and provide the name of the folder. So let's do that. Let's come here and say $sign path is going to be with the request file image, and we need to say store, call the store method, and inside I'm going to say post to provide the post for the folder. And this is going to upload the image inside the storage app public, because we modified the file system disk for public. Okay, and now this path I want to add in our image field here. So for that, I'm going to say first here I'm going to use what we had before. So post store request, and let's open the post store request here and add the validation for the image. So image is going to be required, and also is going to be image, and we need to say like this. Save it, and let's close. And now if I say right now as it is going to get this path, but I want the path we get from this upload. So what I'm going to say here, I'm going to get the validated data. So I'm going to say validated data is going to be with the request validated and say $sign validated data image to be with this. Okay, and let's save it and let's see what we have. Here we need to say, sorry, Here we need to say validated data. Let's save and let's go and see what is going to happen. Refresh. One more thing, because we added create here, we need to have this image in the mass assignment. So if I open the post PHP, also here we need to add the image for the mass assignment, and let's go and try. So new post, I'm going to say, choose the image. I'm going to choose this one, add something here. Let's say create, we redirected back. And if I come here and refresh, let's select this one. You can see now the image has this path, post slash, and the hash name generated by Laravel.png. Okay, that's it. And if we go also in the storage app public, here we have the post table, post directory. So what we say here, and inside the image. Okay, friends, that's it. How easy is to upload image and also add it to the database. Hope you enjoy, and if you like a content like this, please like the video and subscribe to my channel for more videos about that. All the best, friends. Hello friends, welcome. In the previous video, we uploaded the image and we added the input here in the create blade. Now, in this video, I'm going to display the image here in the table, and also if we go to the edit and let's say I just want to update the title and this is published. If I say update, nothing happened, just redirect back, because in the controller we use that request. So if I open the post controller, in the update we use the post store request, and this post store request has the image and give it the required rule. But we don't have the image field here. Input. So also if we go and let's say delete this, click OK, the post is deleted. So refresh, yeah, in the post we don't have any post, but if we go in the storage app public post, we have the image here. So let's going to delete this manually. So first we need to fix to display the image here first in the table. So let's go and create new, let us say new post, choose the image. I'm going to choose this one and let's type something. Let's say create. Okay, let's display now the image in the table. For that we need to go inside the resources, views, posts, and index blade. Let's copy this the head for title, and I'm going to add down there, change the title to be image, and also let's copy this one now and remove the title, because here I'm going to display the image. So I'm going to say image with the source, and I'm going to use the asset helper method, and I'm going to say asset storage. I'm going to use slash and give it the path. So in this case we add the path in the post image. Let's give it some styles. So I'm going to say class with width to be and the same as, or just edge is going to be auto. Let's leave it auto. And let's close, let's save it, and let's see what we have. Okay, here it is, the image. Let's go and create new one. Test, choose a file, and I'm going to choose the Laravel PNG. And something else, create. Okay, here it is. Good. Now, in the edit, we need to add the input for image. So let's go in the create blade and copy the code for the image here. And now go to the edit and paste it after the title. Okay, also we need to add in the form the enc type to be multi-part form data. Let's save it. Now in the post controller in the update, we don't say if I refresh, we have the image, but when we update it, for example, I want to update only the title or maybe only the body or the body and the title and the published, but I don't want to upload the image for that. I'm going to leave it the image we created, and if I say update, we have the image field is required. So for update, I'm going to make this nullable, and we can create a new store request, post request. So let's open the terminal and I have run the Laravel mix. So let's clear this up and say PHP artisan make request, and I'm going to say post update request, enter, close now this and open that post update request. Here choose the authorize to true, and what we need to have only the title and the body. So I'm going to copy what we have in the post request, post store request, so only these two, copy and paste it in the update. Let's save it, close this one. Now in the post controller, instead of post store request, I'm going to say post update request. And now with request validated here, we get only the title and the body. Here we say if the request is published, we add it here, okay. And now I'm going to check also for the image. If we choose the image, I'm going to upload. If not, I'm going to leave it what the post image path is. So I'm going to say if the request has file, so what we learned in the previous video, we need to give it the name. Now, if the request has file, this is going to return true. So if we choose the image here, and if that, the first thing we need to delete the previous file. So in the storage, we have the image here. So we need to delete that and upload new one. So for that, I'm going to use the storage illuminate support facades storage and import that. So up here, okay, and say storage, call the delete method, and here we need to add the path, so $post image. I'm going to delete the image we have for this post and upload new one. And I'm going to say $post image. Now this is the path we have in our database, and I'm going to instantiate this with the new post. So I'm going to copy this we have here and paste it down. So if the request has a file, we delete in the first file, and also we are updating the image here, the path. So we are going to update, we have this path, and I'm going to instantiate this with the path we get from this new file. Okay, hope you understand. And now when we say post update, we added the request validated, and here we get only the title and the body. Okay, so what fields we add here going to get from the request validated. Also for the is published, we added the published here, and we need for the image to say, and maybe do something like this. And I'm going to say for the image, it's going to be the post image. Now, if we have a file, we update this post image with the new one. If we don't have, if we don't choose the image, this is going to remain the same. Okay, friends. If I save now and let's go to the post, refresh. Now we can see here in the test we have this Laravel image. Let's go and edit this one, and I'm going to choose this file now. Click open. Let's say update, and we can see the image has changed. And if I navigate in the storage posts, we have only 2 files, so the Laravel has Laravel PNG is delete. Okay, the same thing now we need to do for when we delete in the post. And one more thing I'm going to show you. So if I just update the title and let's say update the published. Okay, so we updated the title and the image remaining the same. We can see here. Now let's work with delete. So when we destroy the post, we need to delete first the image after delete the post. Okay, because if we delete the post first, we don't have the image path. Okay, so don't forget so first delete the image and after delete the post. So storage delete the post image and after delete itself. And also we say status here, but we don't have. So if I say delete now, yeah, the post is deleted, but the flash message is missing. And if I come here in the post, now we have only one file. And let's bring back the flash message. So for that, we need to go in the resources, views, layouts, app layout, and here we need to add that flash message. And we have that flash message in our main layout blade we have created. So here it is. Let's copy this and paste it in the layout app. Here I'm going to add right here. Save it. Come here, refresh. Let's say delete this one. Click OK. And yeah, we have the post deleted successfully. Okay, friends, that's it about this video. Hope you enjoy and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello, friends. Welcome. In this video, I'm going to show you the one-to-one relationship in the Laravel. So if you go to the Laravel documentation, one-to-one here. Okay, so documentation, Eloquent ORM, relationship, and here we have one-to-one. Here we have an example user with a phone. And I have created a video about this, so you can find in my channel, and I'm going to leave it also the link in the description about that video. But in this tutorial, I'm going to create a relationship, a user with a account. Okay, so you can go and check the documentation, but also I'm going to explain you in this video. So first, we need to create the account, a model and migration. So we need to say PHP in the terminal, PHP artisan make model, and I'm going to give it the name account and also -m for migration. Hit enter, and it's going to create the model and also the accounts table. So let's open the VS Code now and modify that migration. So in the migrations, down there we have the accounts migration. And I'm going to say here, first I'm going to add the user ID, the $sign table. And I'm going to say origin ID, user ID like this. And let's say constraint. Okay, next one. I'm going to make this user ID unique. So I'm going to say unique here, user ID. And last one, I'm going to add the username. So I'm going to say $sign table, string, username, just to have some field. Now here we added the version user ID, and here we made this one unique, so this account can belong to this user only. Okay, now we need to run the migrate. So I'm going to say PHP artisan migrate fresh. I'm going to delete everything from our database. Good. And also create that accounts table. Now if I open table plus, just to show you, we don't have data in our database. So open the essential, and in the users we have empty, also in the accounts empty. Good. Now I'm going to use the tinker to show you the relationship. So let's come here and say PHP artisan tinker. Good. First, let me create the user. So I'm going to say $user. One, I'm going to say, and let's create new user. So user model, a factory, because we have a factory created with Laravel, and let's say create. And this is going to create a random user. Good. Now we have the user. Now let's create the account, and we can create that by saying just user one. We have that user, call the account method relationship, but we don't have that, so let's go and create. So let's open the user model, and down there I'm going to say function account, and now this account is going to return $this. So this is the user. Now this user has one account. Okay, let's save it. And of course, if we go here and documentation 1-to-1, so here we have the user and here we have the phone. But in our case, we have the account as one phone. In our case, this user has one account. Okay, now let's open the account model and first create the protected $sign fillable for the fields we have, and we have the user ID and also the username. Username like this. Okay, and after that, let's create the method. So function user, and here now we are going to return $sign this, which means this account is going to belong to the user, belong to the user class. Okay, the same thing we can see in the documentation. So if we see in the phone, we have the method the same. So public function user return this belong to the user class. So the same we have here, public function user return this belong to the user class. Now we have the relationship. Let's go and create that account. So $sign user1 account, and let's say create, and we need to add here only the username, which is going to be I'm going to say user1. User1, hit enter, and we have user1 here, username, and now the user ID is 1 because the user who created this account is the ID is 1. Okay, and of course now if I say assign user1 and call the account relationship, and let's say this account has the username, let's call username here, username, hit enter, and we get that username from here. And also if we say the ID, we can get the ID. Okay, you have the idea now. Now let's create the user 2. I'm going to say user2. Okay, user factory and create. Hit enter. We have the user2. Now I'm going to make the account. So let's say account here is going to be, now one way is just by saying account, call the account model and create static method, and here we can say user ID to be the user2 ID. So we can say user2 ID, and we have also the username, which is going to be user2. I'm going to say, and if I hit enter, we created that account. And of course, if I say now just $sign user2, call the account the same thing we have done before, user account, and give it the username, we can have that username. Of course, because now we have the account, we can say the $sign account and call the user method relationship and give me the name, for example, for that user. And if I hit enter, we have the name of this user. And of course, so we can get also the email. So if I say email like this, yeah, this is one way. Another way is by just come here and create that user. Yes, now I'm going to say user3. Okay, we have that user3, and also let's get that account. So account, new account. Now instead of creating, I'm going to say new account, hit enter, and first I'm going to say $sign account username to be user3, hit enter, and now I'm going to say $sign account. We don't have that user ID here, okay? We don't add it, so I'm going to say account and call the user method relationship, and I'm going to say associate, and here I'm going to add that user, so account user associate and add the user 3 here and say save. Okay, let's hit enter. We have true, and if I say now $, account, call the user and give it the name of that user, we have this name, which is the name we have in the user. Okay, and of course the same thing for the email. Okay, so this is another way how we can create a relationship account with the user. Here we have, by just say create and add here that user we just created before, and the most used case is this one. So user account and create and just give it the username. Hope you enjoy, friends, and see you in the next video. If you like a content like this, please subscribe to my channel and like the video. All the best, friends. Hello, friends, welcome. So in the previous video, we worked with the one-to-one relationship in Laravel. In this video, I'm going to work with one-to-many. And because we have the posts in our database, okay, so here we have post. Right now it's empty. I'm going to make a relationship post with comments. So I'm going to create comment model and migration. And let's see also if I have factory for the post. No, let's create a factory just to create more easy the post, because we don't have right now any posts in our table database. So in the terminal, let's open here the terminal, and I'm going to say PHP artisan make a factory, and I'm going to name it post factory. Okay, close this one and open that factory now. And here we need, let's see what we have in the post. We have title, body, is published, and the image. So let's say title to be $this baker, and title. Let's copy and duplicate this, because this one is going to be for the body. I'm going to say text, and also change this to be body. Now let's copy and duplicate this one. This is going to be is published, and I'm going to make this by default false. So let's say false here. And this one is for the image, and I'm going to say no image. Just string with no image. Okay, say here image, and let's save. Close this one. Now let's create also the comment model and migration. So I'm going to say PHP artisan make model comment and -m for migration. Okay, now let's open the comments table. Okay, and here what we need to add, the post ID, so $table, and I'm going to say for origin ID, for post ID, and it's going to be constrained, the same thing we had in the previous one-to-one. And also I'm going to say on delete, cascade. Okay, Next one, I'm going to add the content of the comment. So I'm going to say table string for the content. Let's save it and run the PHP artisan migrate to migrate this table. So PHP artisan migrate. Okay. Now if we come here and refresh, we have also the comments table. And right now it's empty. Good. Now let's make the relationship between the post and the comment. So in the app models, we have a post here. Let's come first here and say function. So public function and comments plural. Okay, and here we are going to return $sign this. Now this post is going to has many comments. Okay, comment class. Let's save it and let's copy this line here. Just save some time, go to the comment and paste it that line here, and we need only the content and also the post ID here. Good. Now let's create the relationship method. Sorry. So function with the name singular now, post, because this comment is going to belong to the post, and return $sign this. Now this comment is going to belong to the post class. Okay, let's save it. Now let's close this one and also this one. And I'm going to use the tinker as in the previous video. So clear this up and let's say $sign post. Oh, sorry. First open the tinker. So PHP artisan tinker. And now $sign post to be with the post factory and say create. For that I created the factory just to create quick post. And now we have one post. Also, if we go in here in the post, we have a post here. That's okay. Now let's create the comment. I'm going to say $sign comment 1 to be new comment. Enter. Okay, we have the comment. Now let's say comment 1 content is going to be with the, I'm going to say first comment. Okay, now have that comment. I'm not going to say comment for save because I want to add also the post, and it's the same as we had in the previous project with one-to-one. So we can say $sign post. Now we have comments here, not comment, comments plural, and say save, and we need to add here the comment 1. Okay, with that, if I hit enter, we have created the comment and the post ID is 1. And if I come here, go to the comments, yeah, here we have. Now this is the first way and is more preferred way, this one. Let's see the another way. Let's say $sign comment 2, and this one the same thing, just say new comment
we need to say comment like this, comment. Okay, hit enter. Now $sign comment to content is going to be second comment, and another way is the same as we had in the previous project. So instead of calling the post comments, I'm going to call the comment post. So $sign comment to posts, now singular, and let's say associate now this comment with a post. So associate, and here we need to add the post, and say save. Okay, hit enter. We have true, and of course if we go in the table class, refresh, we have second comments, and also the post ID is 1 for this one. Good. Let's clear this up, and let's also, I'm going to zoom it this little bit, and now I'm going to create 2 comments and save together to the post. So let's say $sign comment 3 is going to be with new comment, and $sign comment 3 content is going to be with I'm going to say here the comment 3. Okay, now let's do the same thing for the comment 4. Comment 4, new comment, and comment 4 content is going to be the comment 4 here. Change 3 to 4. Now we have the comment 3 and comment 4. Let's save together to the post. So let's say $sign post. We have that post. And here now we can call the comments relationship method. Comments, okay. And instead of saying save, the same we had in the previous. Okay. Yeah, here we have $sign comment, $sign post comments save. Now we want to save many, so we can say save many, and here we need to add an array. So $sign comment 3 and also $sign comment 4. Close that one and hit enter, and now we created 2 comments together with the post. Of course, if we come here and refresh, we have the comment 3 and comment 4 post ID 1. Okay, let's clear this up, and let's say we want to get all the posts. So if we want to get all the posts without comments, we can say $sign post the b post all, the static method all. We have learned that. If I hit enter, we have only one post, and here it is. We get all the details of that post, but if we want the post also with the related comments, we can say $sign posts is going to be now post and say with, and here we need to add the relationship method, and in this case we have the comments relation. So let's say with comments. Okay, call the get method, and if hit enter, we have the post, which is this one,
Also, we have the comments this post has. So all the comments, comment 1, 2, and so on. Okay, friends, that's it. The relation one-to-many with Laravel. I hope you understand, and if you like a content like this, please subscribe to my channel if you don't have, and like the video. All the best and see you in the next one. Thank you very much, friend. Hello friends, welcome. In the previous video we worked with a one-to-many relationship. Also we have made one-to-one. In this video I'm going to start with many-to-many relationship. If you go to the Laravel documentation, Eloquent relationship, let's go to the many-to-many, and to create a many-to-many relationship now we need to define this relationship. 3 database tables are needed. Okay, so here we have an example with users, roles, and here we have another table, role user, and this table, role user, is created from the alphabetical order of the model names. So role, which is the model for role, and user, which is the user, the model for the user. And here we added the user ID and the role ID, because in the users and roles we don't have any relation column here. Okay, so just remember this table is going to be created from the alphabetical order, so role first and user after. Okay, in our case we are going to create the relation between post, and I'm going to create the tag, and here I'm going to create the post tag table, and this is called pivot table. Okay, so in the post we have title, body, and is published, and also the image, but it's no problem. In the tag I'm going to add only the name, ID, maybe the timestamp, and I'm going to create the pivot table based on the model names. We can add another name, but because Laravel is going to find based on the model's name, so post and tag, and we name it post tag because the post come first. Okay, the P. Okay, let's go and create first the model and migration for tag, and after the pivot table post tag. So let's say PHP artisan make model tag dash m for migration. Good. Now let's say PHP artisan make migration. This is going to create only the migration, only the table. And I'm going to say create post tag migration, post tag table. Sorry. Okay. Now let's open the VS Code, and in the database we need to go in the migrations, and down there we have the tags table. And here I said I want to add only the name, so I'm going to say $sign table string and say name here. Let's save it, close this one, and now we have the post tag pivot table. Here we need to make the relationship. We don't need the ID here, and also I'm going to remove the timestamp. And just I'm going to say $sign table here and add the origin ID for the user ID and say constraint. And in the comments here, I think, yeah, we added this on delete cascade. So when we delete the post, we are going to delete also the comment. But Here I'm not going to do that. I'm not user, sorry. Post. And let's copy and duplicate that and change this to be tag. Okay, so we have post ID and the tag ID. Let's save it and let's go now and run the migration. PHP artisan migrate. Okay. Now to make the relationship, we need to go in the models, app models. Let's go first to the post model. And here we have the relationship method for the comments. Let's go and create now for the tags. And let's say public function, give it the name tags now in the plural. And here we are going to say return. Here we have one to many and we have as many, but because this is many to many relationship, we need to say $sign this belong to many. Okay, and here we need to add the related model, which is tag model. And you can see here now table is null. If we have a different name from the for table, so we named the table post tag, and this is okay. The Laravel is going to find that because we named based on the Laravel post and tag model. Okay, but if we name something, for example, a blog tag, the Laravel is not going to find that, and we need to add it here as a second parameter. So, for example, a blog tag is going to be the table name, and also for origin pivot key, which means this one, and the tag ID this one. But we name based on the Laravel, so it's going to find that. Let's save this and let's go now to the tag. And here first I'm going to create the protected $sign fillable and say name. And now create the relationship method. And here also we need to say post plural. And the same thing, return $sign this belong to many posts. Okay, let's save this one. And now we are ready to make a relationship between the post and the tag. And that is going to be in the next video. I hope you understand the many-to-many relationship, and if you like a content like this, please subscribe to my channel, like the video, and see you in the next video, friends. All the best. Hello, friends. In the previous video, we created the models and migration for tag and post tag pivot table to create the many-to-many relationship between post and tag. In this video, I'm going to work with Tinker to show you how we can attach and detach tags to the post. So let's run the Tinker, PHP, artisan, Tinker, okay. Now here I'm going to create the post because in our database we don't have, so let's say $sign post, it's going to be with post factory, and let's say create. Okay, hit enter and we created the post with ID 1. Okay, now let's create the tag. I'm going to say $sign tag 1 is going to be with tag create, and here we need only the name, which is going to be, I'm going to name it tag 1. You can name what you want. Hit enter and we have the tag. Now let's attach this tag with ID1 to the post with ID1. And we can say $post, call the tags relation method and say attach. This attach method, here we can add just one tag, so the $tag1, or if we want to add more than one, we can add an array. So tag1, and if we want to add one more than one, we need to add the IDs, not the model itself. So let's add first the tag1 here. Hit enter. And okay, I forget to add the $sign here. And of course, now if we navigate to the post tag and refresh, we have the post ID1 and tag ID1. Good. Let's clear and create another tag, and I'm going to name it tag2. Okay, hit enter and do the same thing. Add the tag 2 here. Go to the database, refresh, and we can see now the tag ID 2 is also have the post ID 1. Good. Now let's attach multiple tags. So let's create another tag, and I'm going to name it tag 3. Okay, hit enter. And I'm going to attach, but I'm going to attach multiple, right? In this time, so add an array here with the tag IDs. So I'm going to say tag 1 ID, tag 2 ID, and $sign tag 3 ID. Hit enter. We have null, but if I come here, refresh, now we can see we have the post ID 1, but the tag ID 1, 2, 3. And this attach method is going to add the tags to the post, and it's not going to check if we have that tag here. So right now we have the tag ID here and also down there. So let's remove all the detach all the tags, and I'm going to detach by saying $post, call the tags method, and the detach method which is going to detach all, because I don't add it nothing here. If I add just the tag ID 1, is going to detach only the tag ID 1. But because I don't add that, it's going to detach all. And we can see we have detached 5 tags. And if I come here and refresh, yeah. Now, if we have one attached, so let's attach one tag. I'm going to attach the tag 1, hit enter, come here and refresh. And let's say I want to add again 3, but if the tag ID is there, I don't want to add again, we can use another method by saying, so I'm going to say post tags, and I'm going to use now the sync without detaching. Okay. And here I'm going to add the $sign tag 1 ID, $sign tag 2 ID, and $sign tag 3 ID. Okay, and now it's not going to add again this tag ID 1 because we have that in here, but it's going to add only the tag 2 and tag 3. So if I hit enter, and we can see attached tag 2 and 3, the ID 2 and 3. And if I come here and refresh, yeah, we have only the 2 and 3. Now, if we want to add only the tags we added here and detach any other tag we have in our database, we can use the only sync. So let's remove this without detaching, and let's say only sync, and let's remove this tag ID 1, and with that the tag 2 and tag 3, and if I hit enter, this one is going to detach the tag ID 1 and it's going to leave the tag ID 2 and 3. From here, refresh, we have tag 2 and 3 here. This is going to add what we have here. If we have them in our database, it's going to leave. If we don't have, it's going to remove the detach. Okay, now if I add an empty array, it's going to detach all. So let's say hit enter and detach 2 and 3. Here refresh. Yeah. Okay, friends, that's it. How we can attach and how detach, and also how can sync or sync without detaching tags to the post. And now let's sync again tag 2 and tag 3. Here refresh. Yeah. And I'm going to get tags from the post. So if I say $post tags now, hit enter, we can see we have 2 tag and the ID is 2 and the name is tag 2, and also here we have the ID 3 and the name tag 3, and with that is coming this pivot, which is the pivot table, which has the post ID 1 and tag ID 2, and also down there post ID 1 and tag ID 3, and here is the name pivot because it's the pivot table. If you want to modify that, you can do by saying let's go in the VS Code, open the model, post model, and here when we see, when we have the tags method relationship, we can say as and give it a name, for example, as tags, and if I hit enter, let's save this, and we need to exit from the thinker and come here again. Let's get the post first. We have the post, so let's say the assign post is going to be post, find a post with ID 1, and we have that post. Now let's say $sign post, sorry, tags, and we have 2 tags, but we can see now we have the tags name here, not pivot but tags. Now let's say let's find this tag and get all the posts. So say $sign tag is going to be with tag and find the tag with ID 2. Okay, I'm going to get this tag. The name is tag 2. Hit enter, yeah. And now I want the post for this tag. And we can do by saying $sign tag post. Hit enter. I forget that post, not post singular, but plural. And we have only one post because this tag has only one. But you can see now we have a post with ID, title, and so on. And also here down there we have the pivot, which has the tag ID and the post ID. Up here we have tags, and you can see the first one is post ID here because we have the post and we get the tags. But because right down there we have a tag post, the name is pivot because we don't change in our tag model. We don't add it here as and give it a name. But also we have the first is the tag ID and after is the post ID. And in the up here is first post ID and after the tag ID. Okay friends, that's it. How we can attach, detach, sync and get tags or get posts from for that tag. I hope you understand, and if you like a content like this, subscribe to my channel and like a video. Thank you very much and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. In the previous video we worked with Tinker, how we can attach and detach tags the post. In this video I'm going to show you how we can attach tags when we create a new post and when we update the post. Okay, so first thing we need to add select, multiple select here and display all the tags, and when we select we need to attach them to the post. So for that I have opened this flowbyte.com website which has Tailwind CSS components, and in the forms select input we have this one. So I'm going to copy this and navigate in the views, post, create blade. Here I'm going to add that one. So first, after the body, I'm going to say a div with a class margin 2 and padding 2 and paste that code in. We need to change the countries here to be tags and select tags because it's going to be multiple tags. In the select, now we need to add a name, which is going to be tags, plural, and we need to add the empty array here because it's going to be an array. And because this is multiple, also we need to add in the select multiple here. Okay. Now if I save and let's go the browser refresh, here we have the multiple select, but here now I want to display all the tags we have. And if I come here, we have 3 tags in our database. So we need to display them here. And one way to display that is by calling here make a for each loop for tags. So let's say for each, and I'm going to say up backslash models backslash and the tag model, and call the static all method as $sign tag and add option, and let's display the tag and change the name. Hit save, come here and refresh, and yeah, here it is. But I don't like this one, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to add $sign tags here, and let's navigate in the post controller. And when we have the create method here, I'm going to get all the tags. So let's say $sign tags and say tag model, import the model up here and call the static all method and paste it here. So let's say compact tags, and if I save is the same thing. So we get all the tags here and we add it to this post create blade and we make for each. So let's come here and refresh, and yeah, we have now
Good. Now let's go in the post controller, and when we update it, when we create a new post, also I want to attach the tags we select here. So first let's remove this post store and just leave the request, because I want to die and dump the request tags to show you here. So if I refresh and let's select two tags, let's say create, and we have an array here, but we have the tag 1, which is the name, and tag 2. But what we learned in the previous video, to attach multiple tags, we need the IDs. So for that, in the create, here in the option, I'm going to add the value, and inside here, I'm going to add the tag ID. Let's save it, go back, and refresh. Okay, $sign tag ID. Sorry for that. Refresh, and let's select now. And right now we have the IDs. So ID1 and ID2. We have an array with IDs. Good. Let's go to the post controller and remove the die and dump, and also add the post store here to have validation. Good. Now when we create a new post, we need the post to attach the tags. So I'm going to say $sign post to be with that post created. And let's check now. So I'm going to say if the request has tags, because maybe we don't select any tags. So if we select one, I'm going to say $sign post, call the tags relation, and what we learned, attach. And here we need the array with IDs. So I'm going to say $sign request tags, which are an array with IDs we selected here. Okay, that's it. Save it. Let's go back and let's refresh. Let's say first post, choose the image, click OK, and let's select tag 1 and tag 2. Let's say create. The post created successfully. Good. Let's go to the table plus and go to the post. Okay, let's go to the post tag, and we can see the post ID 3 and the tag ID 1 and 2. Very good. Let's go and create one more. So new post. Second post, I'm going to say. Choose the image. Okay, and I'm going to select all of them. Good. Come here and refresh. And now the post ID 4 has the tag ID 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Now let's work with the edit. Let's first display all the tags here. The same thing we have in the create blade. So I'm going to copy this code here. And let's open the edit blade and do the same thing. Paste it after the published or before the published. I'm going to display before the published here. And let's save it. Now we need to add tags here. So for that, we need to go in the edit method and get all the tags. So the $sign tags is going to be with tag all, and added also the tags. Okay, because this edit method is going to render this edit form. So if I refresh now, we have all the tags here. But we have selected 3 tags here to this note of first post. We have selected only 2 tags, but I don't know what tags we are selected. So we need to highlight the tags are selected here because we are in the edit page, okay? So if we go to the second post, we have all 3 tags here. So all the tags are selected, but we don't know what tags are. For that, we have in the Laravel 9. So if you go to Laravel documentation, in the Laravel 9, so go to the prelude release notes, and we have the selected helper. Where is this? Yeah, here is the checked and the selected old version, and if that is the same as the version we have here, is going to be selected, okay? But in our case, let's go to the edit blade and in the option, okay, so here is selected, and we if this matched the version we have here, is going to be selected. But in our case, we have here the tag ID, and we need to check if this tag ID exists in the post tags relationship. Okay, so for that, I'm going to say selected, and if this tag ID is in the post tags, if the post tag contains that ID, is going to return true, and this is going to be selected. So if I save, so what I said here, if the post tags relationship contains this tag ID, so this one is going to return true. Okay, let's save it and let's go here and refresh. And you can see we have 3 tags selected. Let's go back to the first post, which here we have only 2 tags, 1 and 2 selected. So let's go. And right now we have only 1 and 2 selected. Let's select the 3 and update now. But before that, we need to work with update method. Okay, and here now I'm not going to check if we have selected tags here, because maybe we don't want to select any tags, and if we remove all the tags from here, I want to remove also from the database. And for that, if we worked with the sync method, is going to be an empty array, and what we learned in the previous video is going to detach all the tags. So we need to say only $sign post tags sync. Okay, sync, and add here the request tags. Now, what we select in here is going to be inside here, and what we be inside here is going to be attached to the post. Now, if we don't attach any one, so we detach all from the select tags, it means this request tags is going to return an empty array, and this sync with an empty array is going to detach all the tags from the database. Okay, for that we don't need to check if if the request has tag. Okay, tags. So with that, let's save it. And let's come here, refresh again. And let's say this first post, which is, I come here and let's go to the post. The first post is the ID 3. Now let's go to the post tags, and that first post has the tag ID 1 and 2. Now let's select the the tag 3, click update. Okay, come here, refresh. And yeah, has only the ID 3. Let's go and uncheck also this one, click update. And if I come here and refresh, also it's going to remove that one. And now if I select all, come here, refresh, yeah, has all the tags. Okay friends, that's it how we can attach and detach tags from the controller. So when we store, we work with attach because we want to attach for the first time, and when we update, we want to use sync and add here the request tags. I hope you understand, and if you like a content like this, please subscribe to my channel, like the video, and see you in the next video, friends. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. So in the previous video, we worked with the tags here. We can select tags and attach to the post. In this video now, I want to show you if we delete this one. So let's go and delete, click OK. We have an error because uh, in the post tag pivot table, we have this post ID. And if we delete the post, here we don't delete that. Because if I open the post tag table, here we don't added the on delete cascade. Okay. Now what we can do is let's save this and let's open the controller. So post controller. And here first we delete the image. Okay. And after that I'm going to detach all the tags this post has. So let's say assign post tags. And I'm going to detach all the posts like this, and after I'm going to delete that post. And with that, let's go back, refresh, let's delete now, click OK, and the post is deleted. Now if you like something like this, okay. If you don't like to do this one and you prefer to add in the post tag table here the on delete cascade, that's okay. So let's add now on delete cascade, and the same thing down there. So let's copy this and paste it down there. Save it, and we need to run the migration again. So let's say PHP artisan migrate fresh. Good. Let's go, and we need to register a new user. Test, or let's add admin and add the password. Register. Let's go to the post and create new post now. So new post. First post,
choose the image. We don't have any tags, so let's create this without tags, and let's go and create with Tinker some tags. So PHP artisan Tinker. Okay, let's clear this up and let's say tag create, and we need the name here, which is going to be tag1. Okay, let's create the tag2, and let's create the tag3. Good. Let's go and create new post now. Let's say here we have all the tags. Let's say second post. Choose the file. And let's select these two. Create. Okay, let's go now edit the first post. Here we don't have any tags. Let's select all of them. Good. Here we have only two, and here we have three. Okay. And of course, if we come here and refresh, yeah. Now let's see if we can delete without adding in the post controller that detach method. So let's go and delete this. Click OK. The post deleted successfully, and of course, if we come here and refresh, the tags, the relation here is going to be deleted. And of course, if we delete this one as well, the same thing. Go to the post tag, we have empty right now. Now, what you want, I think this with adding on the lead cascade is more useful because we don't need to add here the $sign post tags and call the detach method. But if you like this approach, it's up to you. So that's it about this video. I hope you understand and hope you like it. And if you like the content about Laravel, subscribe to my channel and like the video. All the best and see you in the next video, friends. Thank you very much. Hello friends, welcome. So in the previous video, we worked with the tags. We can add tags, and when we delete the post, we also detach the tags automatically. So in this video, I'm going to add a link here because right now we just create the tags with from the Tinker. I'm going to add the link here to go to the tags, the same we have for the post, and go and make a CRUD for the tags. Okay. So first we need to create the controller. So I'm going to in the terminal and I'm going to say PHP artisan make controller, and I'm going to say tag controller. Hit enter. Okay. Now let's go in the VS Code. Go to the roads, web road, and here we have the road resource for posts. Let's copy this and do the same thing for the tags. And here we need to add the tag controller. So tag controller, make sure you import the tag controller here, and let's save it. Now we need to go inside the resources, views, and layout. In the navigation, we need to add the link, the same we have for the post. So let's copy this and duplicate it. Change the road to be tags, the same thing here. And also, let's say tags here. Save it. If I come here and refresh, we have the tags, and if we click, right now the tag controller index method does not exist. So let's go and create that. App HTTP controllers tag controller, and here let's create the index method, and here we need to display all the tags. So I'm going to say $tags and call the tag model. Okay, import that and all static method, and let's return the view. We don't have that view yet. We need to create. I'm going to say tags dot index, and here add the tags. So compact tags. Save it. So we get all the tags here, and we return the view tags index. Here we need to create that blade, and also we add the tags in this, inject the tags in this view. So now let's go and create the index blade inside the tags folder. Okay, so inside the resources, views, I'm going to create a new folder, name it tags, and here a new file, index.blade.php. Okay, and I'm going to copy what we had in the posts index. So let's select all here, copy, and paste it in the tags index. Just say here all tags. The route is going to be tags create, to create a new tag, and also we need to say here a new tag. Okay. Now for tag we need only the ID and the name. We don't have the image, so let's remove this for the image. Also here we need the name, but now instead of saying for each post, we need to say for each tags as a tag. Okay, and add the tag ID and the tag name. So let's select double tag ID and tag name. Remove this for the image. And now here we need to say tags edit, and we need to add the tag ID. Okay, and the same thing for the destroy. So tags destroy and add the tag ID. Okay, let's save it and let's see what we have. If I refresh, okay, new tag, we don't have any tags right now. So let's click here, and right now we don't have this method. So let's go and create that in the, I'm going to close this. In the tag controller, now let's create the create method. So function create, and here we need to return the view tags create. Just that, save it, and now we need to go inside the resources, tags, and here create a new blade, and we need to name it create.blade.php. Okay, and I'm going to copy the same thing in the we have in the post. So let's select all, copy, and paste it here. And we need to make some changes. First, create new tag. After,
we need to go the route in the tags store. Okay. We don't need images here, so let's remove this from the form. Next, here we need the name. And also here we need to say name, and the name is going to be name here. The next one, name in the error, and that's it. We don't need image, and we don't need also the body, so let's remove all of that. And also we don't need tags because we are going to create tags. And that's it. We have only the name here for the tags. Let's save it. Let's come here and refresh. And yeah, here it is. Now we need, because we say tag route tags store, but in the controller we don't have that method for store. So let's create that. So function store, and here we need the request, $request. Okay. And I'm not going to create a new request for this one because we have only the name. So I'm going to validate here, $sign request, validate, and I'm going to say the name is going to be required, and that's it. Next one, we need to say post create and add the name to be $request name. And after that, we need to return, and I'm going to open the post controller. So here we have, I'm going to copy this with status here and paste that in. Now we need to return not in the post index, but in the tags index. Status is going to be the tag created successfully. Let's save it and let's see now what we have here. So let's say first tag, create the tag. Oh, we need to add the title. Why we have, if we go in the tags, we have a name. Okay, my mistake, I add post here, but we need to say tag. Okay, and let's go back, refresh again, first tag, and now the tag created successfully. Create new one, second. Okay, and yeah, the tag created successfully, and we have here. Now let's work with edit and delete. With delete, we have already created. So in the index, we added this method tags destroy. So we need to create only the method there. But for the edit, let me copy this method here and go down there just to save some time. I'm going to change this to be edit. And here now we need the tag, $tag, and return views tags edit. And here we need to add that tag. So compact tag here. Let's save it and let's go in the resources tags And I'm going to save this create as edit. So let's save this as edit blade.php. Okay, now the value is going to be alt name, and because we are in the edit, we have the tag here, and I'm going to say tag name here, and the method is going to be post. We need to override here to say method to be put, and now the route is going to be tags update, and we need to add here the tag ID. That's it. Let's save it. And if I refresh, let's click at this edit, and we are in the tags one. Let's go to the tags and let's select this one. Now tags to edit. Okay, let's change this to be update. So in the edit, let's say update here and update tag here. Okay, and now let's work with controller. After the edit, we need to create a new controller, new method for update. And here we need the request, $sign request, and also we need the tag, $sign tag. Okay, and let's validate the name. First, let's copy this, paste down there. After that, I'm going to say $sign tag, call the update method, update, and say name is going to be with the request name. Okay, and now let's return to the index, and I'm going to say the tag updated. Save, go back, refresh. Let's update the second tag. Update the tag updated, and we have second tag updated. Let's update the first tag. Okay, let's go again. And if I remove all and say update, we have the name field is required. Very good. Now let's work with delete. So let's come in the controller and let's say function, and here we need to say destroy. Add the tag $sign tag, and let's say $sign tag delete. That's it. And let's return to the tags index. We need to not return to the route, but return return back. Save, because we are here, so we just delete, confirm this, and we return back. So if I say delete here, click OK, the tag updated. We need to change this to say deleted. And that's it. Come here, refresh. And now we have created the CRUD for tags. So we can create, update, and delete tags. Okay, friends, hope you enjoy and see you in the next video, friends. All the best. Hello, friends, welcome. So in the previous video, we worked with tags. We can create, edit, and delete tags. The same thing we have done for the post. And when we create or edit the post, we have here the tags. We can add or detach tags. Now, what I'm going to do in this video, I'm going to display all the posts in the welcome page. So here when we go to when we navigate our page in the home one, right now we just displaying the H1 welcome. I'm going to display the posts in a grid. And for that, I'm going to use, if you go to the flowbyte.com in the components for Tailwind CSS and go to the card. I think we have cards here. Yeah. Card. And I'm going to use the card here with a image. So first I'm going to open the terminal. So let's say iterm here and navigate in my sites directory, cd in the essential app. Okay, I'm going to zoom it, and first I'm going to create the controller. We can add here, it's no problem, but I want to create the controller. So let's say PHP artisan make controller, and I'm going to name it the welcome controller. Okay, and now to this router, this is the route when we navigate in our home page, and we return the view welcome. But now I'm going to say add an array and add the welcome controller class, and I'm going to create the welcome method or the index, what you want. Also, I'm going to give it the name here to be welcome. Let's save it, and now let's go in the welcome controller and create this welcome method. Okay, so here public function welcome, and I'm going to get all the posts. So I'm going to say $post, and also I want to get the tags with the post. So I'm going to say post model, import the post with, we have learned that, with tags, and get. Okay, and let's return now that view we had. Return the view welcome and add here the posts. Okay, let's save it. Close this one now, and let's close also this one. Let's go now in the views, welcome page, because right now if we navigate in our browser and refresh, oh yeah, open again that controller because I added the post like this, but we need to add the compact here. I forgot to add compact post. Save it, and let's refresh. Yeah, we have the same thing because we don't change the welcome page. So here we use the old extend app, but I'm going to remove, and I'm going to use inside the layouts, we have the app layout. This is for the authenticated user, and this is for Guest. I'm going to use this one, Guest, and let's say X Guest layout, and in this layout also we have the Tailwind CSS here. So we have app CSS and assets for JS. So in here, first I'm going to add a div with a class to be max width of 7XL, MX auto, and I'm going to give it a margin top to be 8. And also because I want to display in the grid here, so to have one card here and one card here, I'm going to say a div
with the class grid and grid calls 2 maybe. Okay, and I'm going to add a gap 4. This is style in CSS if you know. And now we have all the posts in the welcome blade. Let's make a for each loop, for each $sign posts as a post. And here we need to display the card. So I'm going to copy this card and paste it here. If I save right now, go here and refresh, and yeah, we have something like this. Okay, we need to run the npm run watch to watch for the Tailwind CSS changes, because we added some styles here and we need to compile the Laravel mix. Okay. And yeah, here it is now, the 2 cards, but I want to display the image, the title of the card, and the body. So let's go here, and here we have the source for the image. And if we go in the posts index page, here we have displayed the image. So I'm going to copy this. Is the same, and paste it right here. Okay, next is to add the title here in the h5. Let's say $post title, and down there I'm going to add the body. So $post body. Let's remove or ask this read more. I'm going to leave it, and if I refresh now, yeah, we have the cards, the first post, second post, and the body, and also the image. So let's download the Laravel image. So come here, and I'm going to download this one. Okay, and let's navigate now in the essential dashboard. I'm going to change the image just to have a different image here. In the second post, let's choose a file. I'm going to choose this one and click update. Okay, come here, refresh, and yeah, now we have a different post. Okay, friends, that's it. How we can display the images and the posts here. Now I'm going to display also the tags that belong to this post, and the same thing for the next post. So what we need to do, after the anchor tag or before the anchor tag, I'm going to say div with the class flex 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 verb, and I'm going to add a padding of 2. And here, let's make for each now, for each $post tags as a tag, and display in the span. I'm going to add some classes here. So class to be text small, font semi-bold, and also what I'm going to add, the text to be
blue 400, and in here add hashtag and the tag name. Okay, if I save, okay, let's come here and refresh. And here we have first tag, first tag. Let's go and add one more tag in the first post. Select another one, click update, come here and refresh, and you can see now we have a second tag. First tag and second tag, and let's go and add margin 2 and padding 2. Save, refresh, and now we can see more. Nice. Okay friends, that's it about this video, how we can display the posts in the welcome page. Hope you enjoy. If you like a content like this, subscribe to my channel and like the video. See you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. In this video I'm going to work with mail. So I'm going to use the mailtrap.io. If you go and create an account here, go to my inbox, and here we have this select. If you go and select the Laravel, here we have our credentials, how to use for this SMTP, this mailtrap.io. If you go to the project, inside the config, we have the mail PHP, and here the default is SMTP. Okay, or we can change in the .env file. We have this mailer variable, and this SMTP has the transport, which is SMTP host, which by default is mailgun.org, SMTP mailgun.org, or we can change in the .env file with mail host variable. The same thing for port, encryption, username, and password. So to send mail, we need the mail host, mail port, encryption, username, and password. And we have all of them here in the mailtrap.io. So let's copy them and let's go in the .env file and paste it here. When we have the mail, just replace with what we and save. Close this one. Now to send mail with Laravel is very easy. Let's go. First we need to create the mail class. So let's go in the terminal and say PHP artisan make mail and give it a name, and I'm going to name it test mail. Okay, now mail created successfully. Let's go in the VS Code. Inside the app mail, we have this test mail PHP, which is a PHP class which extends the mailable. Now here we have the construct and also the build function which return the view. Right now is set the view name, so we need to create a new view and add that path here. So let's go and do that. Inside the resources, views, I'm going to create a new folder, name it emails, and here I'm going to create a new file and I'm going to name it test.blade.php and add that here. So return this view. Now this view is pointing to the views here, and we created the emails folder. So let's say emails here, and we named the blade test. So let's add test here. Okay, let's save it and let's close for now. Now in this test blade.php, I'm going to add h1 to say mail from essential And let's add a paragraph just to say test mail. Save it. Let's close. And now to send mail, I'm going to create new route. So let's go inside the routes, web.php, and here I'm going to create new route. I'm going to say route get, and I'm going to say /contact. So when we navigate in the /contact, I'm going to send that mail. So I'm going to create a closure. Okay. And here, let's say, now to send mail, we need to call the mail facade. So make sure you import the mail here. Use illuminate support facades mail. And I'm going to say mail to the, let's say, test email.com and call the send method. Here we need to add the mailable. So I'm going to say new and the mail we created. So call the test mail. Now we send the email. So let's close this, save it. And if we navigate in the /contact, it's going to send a new mail with this line of code. So mail to the, we added the email here. We can add the user if we have a user, and Laravel by default is going to get the email of that user. But right now I just added the hard-coded mail. And we say send new mail, and this, now this test mail is returned in this view. And in here we have this mail from essential and test mail. So let's go and see in the essential test. Let's replace this with contact, hit enter, and it's taking some time. So yeah, it's redirecting. If I come here, here it is, test mail, and to the test at email.com. We have this mail from essential, which is the h1 and the p tag for test mail, what we added in the test blade. Okay, the same thing we have here. That's it, how easy is to send mail with Laravel. Okay, so see you in the next video, friends. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. In this video I'm going to create a contact form for our project. So in the previous video we learned how we can send mail. If I open the VS Code, here we get route get in the web routes, route get contact, and we send the mail. In this video I'm going to create a controller, and here in the route get I'm going to show the form, and also we need to create another method for sending the mail. Okay, so let's create that controller first. I'm going to open here the terminal and say php artisan make controller, and let's name it contact controller. Hit enter. Okay, and in the web route I'm going to comment this, and let's create another route. So let's say route get /contact or /contact, and here I'm going to use that contact controller, and the method is going to be show because I'm going to show the form here, and let's name it contact.show. And we need another route to post the form and send the mail. So let's copy this, duplicate, and say route post. Now we need post contact,
The method is going to be submit, or I'm going to name it submit. You can name it what you want. And I'm going to name here contact.submit. Let's save it. Let's go in the contact controller and create the show and submit method. So function show, and here we need to show the form. So I'm going to say return the view. I'm going to create a new view inside the contacts, and I'm going to name it show. Okay. Also, let's create the method submit. So function submit, and here we need the request, but let's leave it for now as it is, because I'm going to create a separate request for this contact form. Okay, first let's go and create this contact show blade. So inside the views, resources views, let's create a new folder, and I'm going to name it contacts. And here I'm going to create a new file, name it show.blade.php. Now here I'm going to add the XGuest layout. Okay, let's add a div with class max with the B7 Excel, MX auto, and also I'm going to say margin top to 8. And here we need to add a form. So I'm going to say form with method to be post. Now the action is going to go to the route we created earlier. So route contacts submit. Let's close this, and let's add also here the CSRF token. And we need the, for contact, I'm going to add this form I have prepared, name, email, and message. So let's copy this and paste it here. If I save, and let's navigate now inside the slash contact, and yeah, here it is, our form. Now I want to add in the input. I'm going to type input. Here is for name input. I'm going to add the name to be name, and here the name to be email, and the next one here is going to be message content. The name is going to be content. Let's save it. Here I'm going to create, as I said, a separate request. So let's open the terminal and say php artisan make request, and I'm going to name it contact request. And because we are in the terminal, let's create also the mail. So php artisan make mail, and I'm going to name it contact mail, and I'm going to say dash dash and create a markdown mail. So markdown, and here I'm going to say inside the emails I want to create a contact mail. Hit enter. Markdown. Okay. And if I open now inside the mail, we have this contact mail. Good. Inside the resources views, we have the mails, and we have this contact blade.php, which has a component
This is the markdown mail. Okay, first let's open the request we have created. So contact request, change the authorized to be true, and what we need to authorize to validate here, we need the name, which is going to be required. We need the email, which is going to be required as well, and also is going to be email, and the content, let's say here content, and here add required. Okay, let's save it, close this one. Let's go in the contact controller and add that contact request here, $request. Okay, now we have validation here in our form. And here we need to send the mail. But to send the mail here, we need the name, email, and message. So let's open the mail, contact mail. And here in the construct, I'm going to say public string $name. We are going to accept the name, to expect the name, the email, and the content. So let's say also public string $email and public string $contact. Okay. Now here we return the markdown, this emails contact blade, and because we added the name, email, and content in the contact blade here, I'm going to say in the introduction, I'm going to say contact from and display the name because we have access to the name, because we expect here, and make this public. Here is going to be the content. So let's say $content, sorry, in double curly braces, $content. Now, if you want to add the URL, a button here, okay, thanks, from the name config app name. So what we have in the .env file, I name it essential, and here is going to be essential, thanks, and an essential. And let's say I want to add a button here to say visit us, and let's add the URL, which is this URL. Let's copy here and paste it. Okay. If I save now, this is not going to work because it's not going to need to be indented. And but let's leave for now. Now in the contact mail, sorry, here I'm going to say, instead of just rendering this contact blade, I'm going to say mail $, this, and I'm going to add a subject. Okay, and here I'm going to say contact from essential.com or .test. Okay, and I'm going to say reply to the email we have here. So $this email, and now add the markdown. Okay.
Let's save it. Now we have done the contact mail, also the contact blade in the contact controller. Now when we say submit, here I'm going to say mail, the same thing we have done in the previous video. So mail to this one and send and give it the mail. So let's say mail, and we need to import that. So mail, import the facade to the my mail. So let's say just my mail.com because it's going to come to the my mail. And now let's say send new and contact mail, and here now we need to add the name, email, and the content. Okay, and the name in email and content is going to come from the request. So let's say $request name, $request email, and also $request content. Okay, after that I'm going to return to the road welcome. I'm going to return to the welcome page. If I save and let's go and try. So in the contact, refresh first. In the mytrap.io, I don't have any mail right now, so it's empty. Let's say admin, email is going to be admin@admin.com, and let's say first contact from essential.test. Let's say submit. Okay, and we redirect to the essential.test. If I come here, we have an email contact from essential.test, which is the subject we added. Okay, contact from essential.test. Here is the subject, and here we have the essential, which is the app name we have in the .env file. Here we have contact from admin, we added in the, so if I go in the emails contact blade, contact from the name, so contact from admin, we added the name admin, and here is the name. And here we say first contact from essential.test. This is the table because we indented this, the VS Code indented, and we don't need to indent that. And here we have visit us, which is this button here, and it's going to return us to the essential.test. So if I click here, yeah, it's going to send us to the essential test. Okay, friends, that's it how we can make a contact form in Laravel. So let's say name John Doe. Email is going to be johndoe.com, and message from John Doe. Click submit again. It's going to take some time, and if I come here, we have a contact from Essential, and here is contact from John Doe and message from John Doe. Okay? Okay, friends, I hope you understand. If you like a content like this, please subscribe to my channel, like the video, and see you in the next one, friends. All the best. Thank you very much. Hello friends, welcome. In this video, I'm going to work with the API resources. If you go to the Laravel documentation in the Eloquent ORM, here we have the API resources, and we need the API resources when we build an API and for the transformation or data. So let's go in our project And I'm going to, if you go inside the routes, first let's see, here we have the api.php, and here we register the API route. So let's remove everything here. And first I'm going to create a resource and a controller with terminal. So I'm going to open the terminal here. Let's clear this up and let's say PHP artisan make resource. Okay, so if you go here and we can generate a resource by saying PHP artisan make resource and give it the name. And I'm going to name it this post resource. Hit enter. Okay, and also I'm going to create a controller for the API. So I'm going to say PHP artisan make controller, and I'm going to name it post API controller. Okay, let's close the terminal, and here I'm going to register the route. I'm going to say route get /posts, and here I'm going to use the post API controller class, and the method is going to be index, because in here I'm going to display all the posts. I'm going to create another one to display in a single post. So let's say route get, and here I'm going to say /posts/ and here we expect the ID of that post, and I'm going to use the post API controller here, and the method is going to be show. Okay, let's save this one, and now let's open the post API controller. Here create the index method. So name it index, public function index, and I'm going to get all the posts. So the assigned posts is going to be with post model, import the model and say all. And now I'm going to return not the view, but I'm going to return the resource we created. Okay, so if you go here, you can read about the, so here we return a new instance of the resource to display only a single user, and here we say return a resource collection with all users. In our case we have post, so we can say return post resource, a static collection method, and here I'm going to add the post. With that, if I save now, and let's go in the essentials, I have created 3 posts and we display it in the home page. Now if I navigate in the API /posts, hit enter, not spy but API, and here it is, the data with ID 2 and title is Laravel post. So here we have all the posts, but this is not looking very nice. So let's open the Insomnia, or you can use the Postman. I'm going to use Insomnia here, and I just installed, so for that I have this. Click open, and I'm going to copy this URL, paste it here. We have a get, and click send here, and here it is, data with ID, title, body is published and image, and also the created dot and updated dot. Now let's see if we navigate in this post resource collection. Right now it's going to return the parent, the array, the request we added here. So in our case, we added the post, all the posts, and we can transform this. So if you go in the API resources, here is a demonstration how we can transform our data. Let's come here and let's say return an array. And now how we can get the data just by saying this, and for example the ID, the name, and the email here. In our case we have a title, and title body is published, and so on. So let's say I want to display the ID, and I'm going to say $sign of this ID, and if I save right now and click send again here, you see we have only the IDs here, ID 2, 3, and 4, because right here we display only the ID. We set the ID and this ID. Now we can change the name here. Let's say post ID, save it, send again, and yeah, we say here post ID. Let's add also the title, and it's going to be $sign this title, and let's add also the image, or is published, which is going to be $sign this is published. Now if I save, come here, send again, and yeah, we have a post ID, a title, and is published, which is 0 by default, which is 0 for them because we don't change that. Now if I say just I want here to be just published and refresh, yeah, here we have published. And now we can say if this is published, also I want to say is published, and otherwise not published. So we can do something like this. And if I save and come here and click send, we see here not published, not published, not published. Now if I want to display also the tags for this post, if you go here and navigate down there, we can have here we have an array for the user, and we say posts post resource collection. So we need to create a collection for a tag and add it here. Let's do that. We can add also, we can say tags to be $sign this tags like this, and if I save and go to the Insomnia, click send, yeah, we have tags, and we have post ID 2 and tag ID 3, but let's create also a resource for tag. Let's name it tag resource, And now instead of that, I'm going to say what we have in the documentation. So a collection for this resource and this post. In our case, we have a collection of tags. So tag resource collection and say $sign this, which is this post. And we have a tags relation. And if I save now, come here, say send, we see tags, the same, post ID and tag ID 3. Okay? Now if I come here, go to the essential dashboard, and if I go to the posts, let's add one more tag here in the Laravel post. I'm going to add also the title in Vue.js, and I'm going to make this published. Click update. Okay, now if I come here, click send, here is the Laravel post, which has is published now. We can see. And we have tags here with ID Laravel. This is tag 1. This is the tag 2. And this is the tag 3. We have 3 tags for this post, and 1 tag for the Vue.js and 1 tag for the tile in CSS. Okay? For the Laravel post, we have published. For tile in CSS post, we have published, not published, and the same for the Vue.js post, published, not published. Okay, friends? We can also, so what we can do here, we can, let's see, we have post ID, title, published, and tags. Here we can do more things. So if I go to the documentation, here we have conditional attributes. So in this case, we have this secret, and this is going to display if the user is admin, and display this secret value. If not user is admin, is not displaying this one. So in our case, I'm going to say just for now secret. Let's say secret, and this one is going to be displayed if this when $sign this ID, because we don't have user is admin here. I'm going to say if this ID is 3, and let's say is the secret value. If I save now, let's go in the Insomnia and make a GET request again. Let's remove here the tags, because it's going to, we are not going to see clearly. And yeah, now here is the post ID 2. We don't see this secret. If this post ID is 3, we see the secret and the secret value, and down there we don't see that. Okay, friends? You can do many things, but I just show you the basics. And that's it about this video. Hope you enjoy, and see you in the next one, friends. All the best. Thank you very much. Hello, friends. Welcome. So in the previous video, we worked with the posts API. We display all the posts here. In this video, I'm going to show you for the single post. It's very easy. And also here we display the tags, but I'm going to show you how to work with the eager loading, so to prevent from the query N1 problems. So to do that, first let's work with the tags. And if we go inside the app, HTTP resources, post resource. Right now we say tags, tag resource collection, these tags. So for every post, we make a get request for tags. Instead of that, I'm going to say this when loaded and add the tags relation. Now, if I save like this and go here, it's not going to work. Yeah, here we don't have now tags. But because in the controller, so if I go in the controllers, post API controller, we just say here post all. But we have learned we need to say post with tags for eager loading and say get now. And if I save and come here, make a get request, and now we have tags. Okay, and here in the tags we can see now we have the ID, name, and created that, and we can customize this. But first, let's work now with a single post. To do that, let's go in the resources, routes first, routes, API route, and we have created this route for the single post. So when we navigate in the slash post slash and the ID of the post, and let's also give it the name here. I'm going to give it the name to be api.post.show. Save, and let's go in the post API controller and create this show method. So here I'm going to create a new method. So function with name show. Here now we need the ID. And let's say $post is going to be, and also here I'm going to work with eager loading. So I'm going to say post with tags find or fail that ID, so $ID. And now let's return a new instance of the post resource. So return new post resource and add the post, because here we're just working with one post. Now if we navigate in the API slash post slash two, because as one we don't have that, make a get request, and we have this post with tags. Here we have tags. So post ID 2, let's see the post ID 3, make a get request, and here also we have the secret and secret value here, but also here we can see we have tags. Now let's work with tags. First we need to go in the API PHP, and I'm going to copy this one and duplicate it down there and work with tags. I'm going to say tags here and also tags. And I'm going to use this post API controller. It's better to create another controller, but I'm going to work with that and say tag index here and tag show here. Okay, here also API tags show. Save this one. Now in the post API controller, we need to create the tag index and tag show. So let's create a function tag index, and here we need to get all the tags, and I'm going to say tag all, and let's return the tag resource collection and add the tags, $tags. Now if I save and let's go here and navigate in the API tags, make a get request, and now here we have the ID, name, created at, and updated at. Let's go and modify the tag resource. So instead of just returning the parent array, I'm going to say I'm going to display the ID and the name. So $sign ID is going to be this ID, and also name is going to be $sign this name. If I save and come here, make a get request, we have the ID and the name. Let's also add the created to be string, and $sign this created at, save it, make a get request, and yeah, we have this created at here, string. Now if I go in the API, because we have this name, we can add also the URL here. So let's say URL and use that route name, route API tags show, and add $sign this ID. Save. The same thing we can do or in the post resource. So if I make a get request now, we have also the URL down there. And let's do the same thing in the post resource. Let's say here URL and say route API post show, and add this ID here. And if we navigate slash post, we have also the URL in the posts. And in the tags, also we have the URL here. Now, what if I want, so if I go in the tags and make a get request, also here I want all the posts this tag has. So if I go here and in the tag resource, I'm going to do the same thing we have done here. So add the tags relation here. We need to add the post relation. So let's say post and post resource collection. And let's say now this, we need to say this post here. If I save this and go now in the tags, make a get request, we can see we have this post here. Okay, that's good. But if I do the same thing for the post resource, so instead we say when loaded, just saying these tags and save. If I make a get request now, it's going to load because this post resource is going to get all the tags this post has, and when we go to the tag resource also is going to get all the posts this tag has, and it's going to break. Here we have or two. For that we use the eager loading. So here we say collection and add $sign this when loaded the post relation, save. The same thing here in the post when loaded tags, and now make a get request. Right now we don't have posts because in the post API controller, in the tag index, we just say in tag all, we need to say tag when, with post and say get. Now if I save and come here, of course it's going to work. So here we have post now, and it's not going to break. The same thing if we go in the post, we have tags. Okay, now the last thing is to work with a single tag. Let's create that function, tag show. Here we need the ID. And the same thing, first let's get the tag to be tag with post and say find or fail that ID and return now the new instance for the tag resource. Add the tag here, save it, and let's go and refresh. Go to the tags slash ID3, make a get request, and now we have the ID, the name, created at the URL, and also the post. And the post has the post ID, title, and published. And here you can see now the here we are in the tags. We have the credentials, and the post has only the post ID, title, published, and URL. Here now we don't have the tags. For that we use when loaded, okay? Because if we have also tags here, it's going to break. So that's it about this video, friends. I hope you understand and hope you like the video. And if you like a content like this, like videos, subscribe my channel, and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. In this video I'm going to work with middleware, because right now, so if we go and register as a new user, let's register as a test user, and we can see we can create, edit, and delete posts and tags. So let's go here in the dashboard. We can go to the post, create new post, edit and delete post. The same thing for the tags. But I'm going to create the middleware to protect the road for posts and tags. So only the user who is going to be admin is going to have the credentials to visit the posts and the tags as well. Okay, for that also we need to modify to add one more column in the database users table. So I'm going to add a new column to the users table, and after that let's create the middleware for the admin users. So in the terminal I'm going to say PHP artisan make migration, and I'm going to say add is admin of the users. Hit enter, and now we need to modify this is admin to the users migration. So let's go inside the database migrations. Down there we have one more. Here we have schema for table users. Let's add one more field here. I'm going to say $table boolean is admin, and by default this one is going to be false, or you can say 0 here. It's up to you. And down there I'm going to say when we delete or roll back the user, the migrations, we can say $table drop column, and the name, which is admin. Okay, let's save this. Let's go and run the PHP artisan migrate now. PHP artisan migrate, hit enter.
Okay, now if we navigate the users table, we can see we have this is admin at the end, and by default is 0. Now I'm going to check, I'm going to create the middleware and I'm going to check if the users is admin is 1, is going to be admin. If this is 0, it's going to be not admin. Okay, so in the terminal we need to say php artisan make middleware and give it the name, and I'm going to name it admin middleware. You can name it what you want. Okay, now the middleware created successfully. Let's navigate here inside the app, http middleware. Here is the admin middleware. Right now it's going to return to the next request. And let's check here. Before we return to the next request, I'm going to check if the authenticated user, we have the helper authenticated user, is admin. So the column we added, if that is true, it's going to return true here. If false, it's going to return false. Now, if that's okay, let's return to the next request, or we can add here if not is admin, and let's abort with code 404. So not found, or you can add 403, forbidden. So if I save now, and we need to register this middleware inside the app http kernel php. Here we have the middlewares, and down there we have the root middleware group. Let's add here, we can give it a name. I'm going to name it is admin, and let's register that admin middleware class. Okay, make sure you have imported that up here. Use app http middleware admin middleware. Okay, and with that, now if I go inside the routes web php, here we have the posts and tags. Let's add, here we have the middleware auth. So let's add here the is admin middleware, the same thing for down there, and let's save it. Now if we navigate in the browser and refresh, we have forbidden, because this user is not admin. Also, if I go in the tags, we have forbidden. Let's change the is admin to b1, save it, and if I come here now and refresh, yeah, we can navigate to the posts and to the tags. Okay, just make sure you add this is admin after the authenticated. Okay, because if I remove this now and save, let's navigate in the posts, and we are logged in. But if I log out, and let's navigate now to the /posts, we have an error, attempt to read property is admin on null. So we are going to check if this is admin is true or false, but the user is not authenticated. So we don't have the user, and we check this is null, so we check if is admin on null. Okay, so make sure you add this is admin after the auth middleware, or you can say here first auth check. So if this is not true, because it's auth check returning true or false. Now if I save this, and let's remove now the auth here,
go back, refresh, we have forbidden. It's no problem because we checked in the auth in the middleware. Now it's up to you. I'm going to remove this one because I'm going to add it after the authenticated middleware. Okay, let's save it, refresh again, and we need to log in. Let's log in as a test user, add the password, log in, and yeah, we can go and see. Now let's log out and log in as a new user. I'm going to create a new user here. So register, and I'm going to register as admin. Okay. And we can see now we are not admin, but we can see the posts and tags links. Also, I want to hide them. So let's go in the resources, views, layouts, navigation, and here we display the posts and tags. So those links here, and I'm going to make a check before we show the tags and posts. So let's cut them and say if the blade helper, if blade directive, if the authenticated user is admin, paste that in, save, and if I come now here, refresh, we don't see that because we are not admin. Now if I change this is admin for this user, or admin because we are admin here, let's change that back to 1, save, refresh. Now we can see the posts and tags, and we can navigate because we have that admin here. Okay friends, that's it about how we can use the middleware, how we can create a custom one and protect our routes. Hope you understand, and if you like a content like this, subscribe to my channel and like the video. All the best and see you in the next one, friends. Hello friends, welcome. Now the last thing I want to show you in this tutorial about Laravel is testing. If you go to the Laravel documentation, here we have testing, getting started. Okay, and you can read the documentation. So the testing environment variables may be configured in your application in the PHP unit.xml file. And if we go here, we have this PHP unit text in XML file, and here is the PHP app name, bcrypt rounds, cache driver, the DB connection if you want to use the database and use the SQLite in the memory, so don't touch your database. But I'm going to stick with the database because this is a new application and just I'm going to test to show you. And creating a test is by running PHP artisan make :test and give it a name. Or if you want to make a unit test, you can say PHP artisan make test, the name and the flag -- unit. Or if you want to use best PHP, now I have created a full tutorial about this in this channel. If you want, you go and check that, how we can make a test in our Laravel with best PHP elegant framework. So let's go and start with our project. So in our project, when we navigate here, right now we don't have any posts in my database. I have clean all. So we don't show here the posts and we don't have any text. But let's change this. So in the resources, views, welcome. Here we have for each post, and I'm going to add an h1 here and say welcome, just to show to you. Yeah, here it is. And now let's go and make a test to see if if the welcome page is working correctly. And we have an example for unit test basic test, and this assert true is true, and we can run the PHP unit test, so vendor bin PHP unit or PHP artisan test. Okay, now here we have for the database. Now if you go to the HTTP tests, console test, browser test, database, and so on, so go to the HTTP test, and just here we have an example, test a basic request, the response this get. So when we go to the slash, so it's mean when we go to the home page, assert status 200. See if the status is 200, and if that work, it's going to return green, which means is okay. And you can go and read all the documentation for more. We have a console test, so PHP, so around the artisan inspire, which assert exit code 0 or 1. Also we have a browser test, database test. We need to use the use refresh database, so we are going to create stored data in database only for this example test, and when this test is finished, it's going to remove that record from the database. So let's go and create one test for us. In the terminal, I'm going to say PHP artisan make test, and I'm going to name it welcome. I'm going to check for the welcome page if it will work or not. Welcome test. And now if we go in the tests folder, feature, here is the welcome test, and we have the test example, response. Here we act this get slash and response assert status 200. Now to run this test, we need to run either the PHP artisan test or the vendor bin PHP unit. I have made an alias for that, so I'm just going to run the u test, which means the PHP unit test. And now we can see we have okay, one test and one assertion. Now if I make some changes here, so this get to the test, but we don't have that route in our project, so inside the routes, web route, we have only the slash, but this one we don't have, so it's not going to search status 200. Let's make a test again, unit u test, and you can see now there was one failure, which means failed asserting that 200 is identical to 404. We have a 404 not found. Let's remove this back again. And if we go here in our project, we have another page, so the contact page. And let's check also if this is working correctly. So I'm going to copy this one, duplicate it, and let's name this not test example, but I'm going to say the test welcome page works, and the same thing here. Now make sure you be as much as descriptive here to
see the test. So what is about this one? So this is test the welcome page works. This one is test the contact page works. And here now the response is going to be this get/contact, and assert status is going to be 200. Let's go and run the test again. U-test, and we can see now we have okay, 2 tests and 2 assertion. Let's clear this up, and if we go to the HTTP tests, here we have the available assertions. Go there, and you can see assert cookie, assert created, missing, download, exact JSON, and so on, header, assert redirect, assert C, and here is the assert C text. So let's work with that. I'm going to check if we see the contact in the contact form and also the welcome in the welcome page. Okay, so let's work with this assert C text. I'm going to do here $sign this response, sorry, and say assert the text and welcome in the welcome page, and let's copy that, paste that in, and assert this text contact in here. If I save and let's run the test again, U-test, we have 2 assertions, 2 tests, 4 assertion, and failure we have 1. Contain welcome, but we have the welcome here. If we go and see, we have a welcome, but we have a W uppercase and here we add lower. So let's say W uppercase now, and if I run again, it's going to pass. And now we have 2 tests, 4 assertions. So you need to add exactly what we have in here. Okay friends, that's it, the basic tests about Laravel, how to check the pages, and see you in the next video. If you like a content like this, don't forget to subscribe to my channel and like this video. It's going to help me a lot. Thank you and see you now. Hello friends, welcome. So in the previous video we worked with tests and we test if this welcome page works and also the contact page work. In this video I'm going to work with posts. So if I create a new post here, so let's say first post, and let's choose the image. Let's say create. Now we have a post here, and if I come here in the welcome and refresh, we see the post. And I'm going to test if when we create a new post, I'm going to use database now, create a new post and check if we see the title of that post in the welcome page. But if we don't see, if we don't have a post, so let's delete this. And if I refresh, now we don't see anything, but I'm going to show, if we don't have a post, I'm going to show a no test, no posts here. So for that, let's go in the resources, views, welcome, and here we make a for each loop. Let's make a for else, and let's end the for else here. And if we don't have a post, I'm going to say if empty, let's display the h2 with no post. like this, save, and if I come here refresh, yeah, we see no post here. So let's go and create a new test, PHP artisan make test, and I'm going to name it post test. Okay, let's go and work with this test now. Inside the test feature, we have this post test, and right now is empty, has this text example, and we need this response. Now when we go there, I want to see if we see this no post, if that is empty. So let's say test that we have no posts on welcome page. Okay, now when we navigate there, I want to check if assert the text, if we see this text, no posts. So no posts. Now let's save this and let's run the test, and I have alias, so you test for unit test, and we have, okay, 3 tests, 5 assertions. So we have 3 tests because we have 2 tests here with 4 assertion here and 1 assertion here. Okay, for that we have 5 assertions. Okay, now let's use the database, and I'm going to say use refresh database. Now this one is going to delete all the data we have in our database. Okay, now if you don't want that, go and change the PHP unit here and use SQLite or use MySQL and create another database for testing. But because we don't have any data, I'm going to use this one. So I'm going to create a new test here. So create a function and say test that the post we created exists. Okay, so first we need to create a new post, and we have, if I go in the database factories, we have post factory. So let's use that and create a new post. I'm going to say $post to be called the post model, and make sure you import that here. So post factory create, and now we have one post here, and I want to check if we have this post in the database. So we can go in the Laravel assertion and we can see it. So let's go up here, work with database and what assertion we have for database. So first we have this assert database count and the name of the table and the count. So let's copy this one. Come here and see this assert database count and post. And here we need to see if that is 1. We created this one, so if this is 1, save. Let's go and run the test. And now we can see, okay, 4 tests and 6 assertions. So it means this, we have 1 post in the database. Okay, now let's see also if we have in the database, and we can specify the column and what we need, what we have added to this one. So let's copy this, and what I want to show you,
come here, paste that in. Now assert database has the post table and the column title. If this column title is the same as the post title, so we added here post, we assign with this post, and if this title is the same as this one, which means is going to be this we have created. So if I save and run again, test, we can see now we have OK, 4 tests and 7 assertions. Okay, now if we want to see if this post is going to display in the welcome page, so let's create that request to be the same thing we have here. So let's copy that to save some time. And now we have the request, response. And now I want to see if I can see the title of this post in this response. So let's say after this $response, assert the text, and I'm going to add the post title. So if we see the post title in the welcome page. So let's go and run again the test. And now we can see again, we have OK, 4 tests and 8 assertions. Okay friends, that's it about this video, how we can test the post, how we can create and see if that post is in the database and if that post is exactly. So we check if the post who is in database has the same title as we have here, we created here, and also if we display the post in the welcome page. Okay friends, that's it about this video, hope you enjoy and see you in the next one, all the best. Hello friends, welcome. In the previous video we worked with posts and we checked if we can see, no, if we don't have a post, we can see this text, no posts here in the welcome. If we have post, we can see the post title. In this video, I'm going to check for the user. I'm going to test the user. So if we go to the /posts, we redirect back if we are not logged in. And also if I go in the routes, web route, we need to be admin to see the post route. Okay, so let's go and register a new user. I'm going to say admin. Okay, now we don't see the posts here and also the tags. And if I navigate to the post, we say 403 forbidden. And I'm going to check that. So if the user is not admin, cannot navigate to the post. And also if that is admin, can see the post. So let's go here and change this is admin to B1. So right now, if we navigate in the post, yeah, we can see the post route because we are admin. So let's go and create first a test, PHP artisan make test, and I'm going to name it user test. Okay, let's go and first I'm going to check not post test, the user test. Here we have an example. Let's use the refresh database. And what I'm going to check, the first one is if we are not logged in, so we cannot go in the dashboard. Next, I'm going to check for the if we are not admin, cannot see the posts. And the last one, if we are admin, can see the posts here. So let's see. Response this get dashboard. And if we are not logged in, we can see the assert status 302, which means redirect. So because if we are not logged in, we redirect to the login page if we navigate in the dashboard, okay? So let's say test the unauthenticated user cannot see the dashboard. Okay, and now we have this one. So let's save and let's run the test. You test, and we have, okay, 5 tests and 9 assertions. So we have 2 tests here, we have 2 tests here, and 1 here. So it means 5 tests. Okay. Now I'm going to test if as a user, I'm going to create a new user and I'm going to act as a user and if we can see the dashboard. So create new function and test the authenticated user now can see the dashboard. And for full testing tutorial, I have a full tutorial in this channel, so you can go and check that. So here I'm going to create a new user first. I'm going to say $user to be user factory. So import the user model and say factory create a new user. And I'm going to say the same thing we have here, but instead of just running like this, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to act as a user. So acting as a user. $user, we need to add the user here. So we are going to act here as a user, which means we are authenticated. And now I'm going to say $response assert status is going to be 200 because we are authenticated. Let's go and check now. You test, and of course we have 6 tests and 10 assertions. It is green and it's okay. Good. Now let's test this user. User cannot see the post page because only the admin can see the post page. I'm going to copy this and say test the authenticated user, or just test the normal user. Cannot see the posts. Okay, and let's create a user here, and we are going to act as a user and get /posts. And here we expect to see the 403 error page. So 403. Let's save it and let's run the test again. And of course we have 7 tests and 11 assertions. And if you make a change or make an error, so if I say here 200 and run a test, yeah, of course
was one failure because assertion that 200 is identical to 403, and this is the error. The normal user can see the post and expected response status 200 but received 403. Okay, so let's run again, save, and let's test now as an admin user. So I'm going to copy this down there and test the admin user can see the post. Okay, and here I'm going to create not a user but an admin user. So which means here I'm going to say is admin is going to be 1. And if that is 1, is the user is going to be admin. And let's say here admin just to be more. And here we are going to act as admin. And if we can see, we need to see not 403 but 200. Now, if I save this and let's go and run the test. And of course, we have 8 tests and 12 assertions. Very good. So as admin, we can navigate and see the post. As a user, normal user, we cannot see the post. The same thing for the dashboard. And of course, for the tags and so on. So let's copy this, the same thing for the tags. You can see tags, and here we need to say tags, save it, and let's run again the test. And now we have 9 tests and 13 assertions. Okay friends, now if you want full tutorial, as I said before, you can find the full tutorial for testing in this channel, or if you want pest testing also, you can find in this channel. All the best friends, and that's it, the last video about this tutorial. I hope you enjoy, and if you like a content like this, subscribe to my channel and like the video. All the best friends, thank you very much.